Pass it around. Pass it around now.
I get what you're saying.
There's a chance that we don't change anything. We kind of have the four originals on bond paper for you.
Oh, all right.
But I anticipate, you know, the changes, obviously.
Okay.
We'll just change it.
Good enough. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture. I'm a minute or two. There we go. 10 o'clock, according to my my laptop. Get everybody settled. Okay. I got it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture. Representative Bixby is handing out some amendments, and we have some other documents going around too. But clock says 10 o'clock, and we are got a lot of work to do between now and noon. So I'd like to get started, and I would like to have Representative Davis please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Do want to remind my members that if you're making a motion this morning, you will be the one writing the committee report, and I would like to have those in as soon as possible. If you can't do it by the end of the day, before you leave, I'd like you to email it to me this evening. If you need any of the forms, please let me know, or let Representative Comtois know. So I'm going to open up our exec session this morning. And guess we'll wait for Representative Bixby. Because we are opening up with HB 1293 relative to prohibiting the use of certain fertilizers using phosphorus. Okay. Representative Bixby, you may take your seat. And I believe you have a motion to offer us.
Thank you.
So I would like to move on to pass with amendment on HB 12. Okay, I would like to make a motion to adopt the amendment, which is somewhere here. Yes. Amendment 224-0494H to HB 1293. And I'd like to speak. Oh, we need a second.
I would be most pleased to second that motion. Would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
I would be happy to speak to my amendment. So the amendment basically retains the intent of the original bill, but it reorganizes it in order to fit better into the structure of the chapter. In the original bill, everything was added to section, RSA section 431:4B, and which is the section that deals, essentially provides the regulatory authority for doing registrations for phosphate, fertilizer that contains phosphate, or turf fertilizer that contains phosphate. And 431 4B and also 4A were put into law back in 2013 with the intention of reducing nutrient runoff into water bodies, and those two sections just provide the authority for registration and what can be sold in the state. So it wasn't really the right place to put a lot of the information in that came in the original version of 1293, because most of what 1293 does is it provides regulation of how fertilizer is applied to lawns rather than the registration and sale of fertilizers. So what I did was I took the new definitions that were in the bill that was given to us. I put those into the definitions section of 431, which is 431:3, and added some more definitions that would be necessary in order to make the bill work. I also took out some of the definitions that weren't necessary. For instance, Eric Sawtell from the Farm Bureau mentioned that the definition of frozen ground wasn't really necessary because that also appeared in the language of the bill, of the statute itself, so you don't really need to define it twice. What I've done is essentially and looking at this just came from OLS 5 minutes ago, so I didn't see exactly. I haven't had a chance to read over what they did. It looks like what they did was they provided all of 431.3 with the new information in put into the spaces, incorrect alphabetical order, with the old definitions there as well, which is actually kind of handy. So that's what's going on with the definitions portion of it. Let's see, on page, okay, definitions are a big part of this bill. So on page 4, 431:4A, I have added to the title of that paragraph. I've added the word turf to make it clear that this is just relevant to what's going on to turf. It is not relevant to any other agricultural purpose. That was something that should have happened 10 years ago when the bill was originally done, but it didn't. And I did the same thing in 431:4B, and the other changes in 431A are essentially just to make the language a little bit more consistent with what with APCO. APCO is an organization that does definitions for fertilizer and other nutrient amendments, and this just makes it a little bit more consistent with what would be needed for uniformity across states. In 4B, I added I changed things to be, there's a APCO definition for no phosphate fertilizer that is different from what we have in current law. And it makes sense to use that, definition that is essentially uniform across all the states. So that APCO definition has no phosphate as being less than 0.5% phosphate rather than 0.67, which is what's in current law. And then for the fertilizer that's intended for newly established and repaired lawns, that would be what is considered a low phosphate fertilizer in the APCO definitions. So that is, and the numbers there of 0.25 pounds per 1,000 square feet, per application, and half a pound per 1,000 square feet per year. That comes from the APCO definition. And then the next section is a new section, which is application of fertilizer to urban turf and lawn. And urban turf and lawn is the APCO term that's used for basically any lawn that's not a golf course or a sod farm. And so the first paragraph of that is just making it doubly clear that this does not apply to sod farms and golf courses, as long as those operations are working within the best management practices that are consistent with what the department has on their website. And I talked with a representative of the Golf Course Association, and they essentially put together their own best management practices manual in cooperation with the department, using the department's numbers and terminology. So that maintains the consistency, and they are happy with that. Then we get into the meat of what can and can't, what the restrictions on application are. Any fertilizer that is applied to a lawn has to be one of the ones that's defined within the bill as a turf fertilizer, and with the appropriate purpose. There's no application of fertilizer shouldn't be applied during heavy rain, and I'm sticking with the number that was in the original bill, which is 2 inches in 24 hours. Rather than saying what the depth of frozen ground is, it's in discussions with various people, it sounded like just saying when the ground is frozen is sufficient. Then the other thing is that fertilizer should not be applied when turf grass is not actively growing. And that gets us around the question of what should the dates be, because if we have a variation in what the growing season is, because we suddenly get March where the whole month is over 80 degrees, then the grass will start growing. Or conversely, if we have a April when the ground is still completely frozen, we don't want to be applying it even after April 1st. So that was a suggestion from Mr. Sawtelle from the Farm Bureau, that just having it linked to when plants are growing is what really is the determinant. No application to impervious surfaces, and if you go back to the definitions, impervious surfaces includes some things that you probably would never apply fertilizer to, like roofs. I just took that definition from the Shoreline Protection Act because I didn't want to have inconsistent definitions in different parts of state law. If you accidentally spill it, then you need to, on an impervious surface, you need to remove it immediately and either put it on the target area or dispose of it properly. And I maintained the original bill's setback from a storm drain of 25 feet and clarified the language there, just saying that no fertilizer should be deposited where it can enter the storm drain. Consistent with the Shoreline Protection Act and the original bill, there's a setback from waters is 25 feet, and that's as defined in the that definition is also something that is from the original bill. And then basically these restrictions apply to anybody who's applying fertilizer to urban turf and lawn, so whether it's a professional or a homeowner or and then the next section is the public education part. The original bill had something about having it separated on the store shelves so that there would be a separate location for turf fertilizers with no low or no phosphorus from other fertilizers, and that was people generally didn't think that was a great idea, that it was overly prescriptive. And what's really important is making sure that there are signs that let people know what sort of a fertilizer they should be applying to lawns and what the proper practices are. So the key part here is that the department will design signage that basically addresses all of the application restrictions that are in this bill and some of the logic behind it in terms of avoiding excessive fertilizer in water bodies and what the dangers of that could be. And then those signs will be on the department website as PDFs, which retailers then will download and print and post in their fertilizer areas. And that is, so in terms of enforcement, no one's going to be going around and checking up on people to see if they're applying fertilizer correctly. That's just not within either our capabilities or our desires. The key part of this bill in terms of helping people do it correctly are the signs that are going to be in the fertilizer sections in the stores. So that public education is really key in terms of making this bill work. And that's the amendment. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Just looking at the definition of enhanced efficiency fertilizer, and it says means lawn fertilizer products. So does that mean that it will say for lawn use on the product? Because I understand over on page 4, section 2, line 15, no enhanced efficiency fertilizer shall be, at a single application rate. But I just want to make sure that we're talking about fertilizer that is labeled lawn fertilizer.
Yes, so that definition comes straight from APCO, and fertilizer manufacturers look to the APCO definitions when they're putting together their labels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sofakaitis. Please put your microphone.
Just asking because we have so many substitutes here today that the acronyms will be given in long form for them so they understand what we're talking about.
Sure.
Okay,
Going forward, yes.
Yeah, so APCO, I can't remember the exact name of it, the exact title. But it's basically a national organization made up of manufacturers and researchers that figure out what the appropriate definitions and labels are for soil amendment products in order to make sure that there's consistency across states. So, if you're desperate to know what it actually stands for, I'm sure Mr. Wyman can tell you, but I'm not sure that we need that.
Okay. Representative Potenza?
I have the easiest question. So, the act shall take effect January 1st, 2025. Is there a reason why we're delaying it? Why we can't do this 60 days out?
I think that was what was in the original bill, and I didn't really think about that part. And I think that one of the things that makes sense with that is that we need to give retailers enough time to become aware of the law, so that they'll know that they need to be posting stuff.
Follow up?
Follow-up?
Yeah, I understood that because in regards with having the PDFs available for signage and things like that, I just thought that it's a long time, January 1st versus 60 days, but that's fine.
Thank you. Any other comments? Are we ready to, I'd like to have the clerk call the roll for this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are voting on adopting Amendment 2024049H for Bill HB 1293-FM. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschemin.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
motion the amendment is adopted 20-0.
Now do I hear a motion to move this OTPA?
I'd like to move HB 1293 FN OTPA with amendment 2024-0494H.
And I would like to second that. Representative Bixby, would you like to say something about this?
I think the discussion of the amendment pretty much covered it. So
Thank you.
I would like to say that I really appreciate Representative Ball and all her co-sponsors for bringing this bill in, because I think this is an important thing to work on.
And Representative Bixby, I would like to personally thank you for all the work and time you've put into this, and speaking with folks like Eric Sawtell and Mr. Wyman and other folks from DES and so forth. I appreciate you getting all the brain power together to put together a pretty comprehensive and well put together bill. Thank you. Any discussion? Then I see none. Representative Comtois, would you call the roll on this OTPA motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting on HB 1293 with the amendment. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschemin.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
20-0.
Would you, would anyone mind if we put this on consent? Okay, put this on consent. Thank you. Moving along to HB 1294, and Representative Bixby, or no, I'm sorry. Representative Nab, I believe you have a motion.
I don't.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. I move to adopt the amendment to 1294. And the amendment is, where is it? Thank you. 2024-0487. I have your printed one.
And do I hear a second?
Madam Chair, I second that motion.
Would you like to speak to your amendment, Representative Nab?
Well, I can speak. to the
Okay,
amendment.
Representative Bixby, you can speak to the motion.
Okay, so, what this amendment does is it replaces the entire bill with a study committee, and what became clear in the testimony was that there was a real problem, and the solution that was presented in the original bill didn't really address the real problem. The real problem is that the communities around Great Bay and in the Great Bay watershed, and I think this may be also an issue for other communities in other parts of the state, are having difficulty meeting the requirements of EPA general permits. And sometimes that the recommended fixes from EPA are outside the fiscal capacity of the towns that are being asked to make those adjustments. And even for towns that do and cities that do have a larger fiscal capacity, it's still a substantial burden. And in some cases, it's not clear that the science being used to set those permit requirements is necessarily in line with the current conditions on the ground. And this is something that could probably be handled with more agility by the state DES than by the EPA. There are only 3 states where these permits are done by the EPA rather than the state. New Hampshire is one of those, Massachusetts is another, I'm forgetting what the third was, but in almost every state, it's the state DES or equivalent that is figuring out how to do the permitting for these, and that allows more flexibility in terms of how those permits are structured. So I think that we should look into having our DES take on this job so that they can really respond to what is necessary in to have our communities make appropriate adjustments, but do that within means. Another part of potentially doing that within means is making more funding available to towns and cities to be able to do these programs once they're determined to be necessary. And a third thing is that there are some communities for instance, in the Lake Winnipesaukee Basin that have put together a joint water treatment facility that covers a number of different towns and they join together, and that can provide more efficiency in terms of dealing with the costs. Those are all options that need to be considered. It's something we're not going to figure out before the deadline for this bill, so that's why I'm saying we should have a study committee to look at this. So that's basically what the study committee will be studying.
Thank you. Any comments from the committee? Representative Creighton and then Potenza.
Yes, Madam Chair. I seconded this bill, or this amendment, because although the bill I thought was not something I would vote for, it definitely highlighted a critical problem within the state of New Hampshire and its relationship with the Environmental Protection Agency, and the fact that oftentimes their more heavy-handed actions can really hurt the folks in this state. And so I applaud Representative Bixby, who put this together with a deadline of 1 November. So this is a tight turn. This isn't a push down the road. This is something where I think we can make a difference in the state by working together to come up with reasonable solutions. Over.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
So this is more of a procedural question because I have an amendment as well. So I don't know how this works, right? So
Well, we
I
would,
support Representative Bixby's amendment. My amendment's like completely slicing the cat the different way. So
does your amendment, would it eliminate this amendment?
I don't want cat.
Yes, I think it would. Representative Potenza? If it's a replacement amendment that would replace the bill, then it would take away everything that we're discussing now. In speaking with you about your proposed amendment, I believe that that discussion for what you're proposing could be part of the study committee of what they can be looking at. Because your amendment seeks to try to. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, we should be voting on this and then discussing your amendment. But I'm at this point, I'm not sure that your amendment would, I think it would replace this particular amendment as well. So, any other discussion about this amendment? Representative Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I have is, has DES indicated their willingness or ability, or their thoughts on their ability to do this for the state? Thank you.
DES has not weighed in on this. It's been a pretty tight turnaround in terms of getting the amendment. I physically got the amendment about 5 minutes before this executive session started. But one of the reasons that an important reason for making this a study committee rather than just saying do this is because with a study committee, we can bring in DES and really discuss with them what it would take for them to do it. I'm sure that they will need more funding to do it. But they can explain what that funding would be like. They can explain how this works in other states that they cooperate with, and they know how the process works. So I expect them to be fully involved in the process of this discussion.
Okay, any other discussion? Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo Representative Creighton's comments a bit and say that I think that this was a really nice job on a quick turnaround of getting us a bill that hopefully can have some impact for residents of some of these towns. The original bill was highly problematic for a lot of reasons, but I think we all saw that there was a real need there. And as I said, with a really tight turnaround, whatever, if in the end, DES says, no, we really can't do this, that's unfortunate. But as you said, at least we're moving in a positive direction to try to do something for folks. So I also applaud Representative Bixby for his hard work in getting us this amendment.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, then I would like the clerk to call a roll to vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are voting on adopting Amendment 2024047H for Bill HB 1294. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis. Yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Bushelman.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
20-0 amendment is adopted.
Okay, and I believe Representative Potenza, you have an amendment that you'd like to bring. Would you like to make a motion?
I don't know what to do right here. I'm just going to be completely honest. So
You can, yes?
We could have a discussion of the bill in general and then discuss how that potential amendment might or might not fit in, and then without actually moving the amendment.
Okay. Okay, so do we hear a motion for OTPA on HB 1294? No?
Well, I'm not sure if we need to, well, yeah.
You want to have the discussion, though, about how her amendment may, okay. So would you like to describe this amendment that your idea?
Yeah, so it's pretty simple. So the prime sponsor of the bill, came off, kind of guns a-blazing about the, how we put that forward, but it was because of an issue that's been going on in Stratford County. So, which I've heard from multiple constituents, first starting in Dover and then, of course, in Rochester. So this amendment basically just corrects the problem that, and it's clear. It says in bold, towns shall be prohibited from entering into a contract that has taxpayer liability, including fees or fines, without approving such contracts through the normal municipal budget process. So it's as simple as that. That corrects the problem that where everybody was really flipping out because they were going to possibly be on the hook for a rain tax. So I don't know how this could be incorporated. I'm not really sure. I don't know if maybe I could add this to another bill somewhere in our genre here, the stuff that we're doing. But I think this is important because it immediately puts a correction into a problem.
Representative Bixby.
So I think that this issue in terms of how the town management is not necessarily being appropriately constrained by the town elected body is really a question for either the Judiciary Committee or the Municipal and County Government Committee, because I don't think we have the expertise in our committee to deal with this. I think that it is a problem if a town administrator or a city manager is entering into a binding contract without having the authority for that voted by the municipal body. And although there are some, there are some things that, based on the way that the town charter or city charter is constructed, may or may not give permissions. And that's something that we just don't know on this committee. And I think what would make sense is to make this a bill for next term and consult with people on appropriate committees who know these things and figure out the best way to write it.
Additionally, I would think you might want to talk to the chairs of those two committees and see if there's an appropriate bill that they have pending that you may be able to put this amendment attached to. Right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just one line.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? Okay. Why don't we proceed with an OTPA motion for HB 1294? Do I hear one? Representative Knapp.
Madam Chair, I motion ought to pass with as amended for House Bill 1294.
With amendment.
I said as amended.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I request the clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting on HB 1294 OTPA. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis. Yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon. Yes. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Nab,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Boschman,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it is adopted 20-0.
Do we hear any objection to putting this on consent? Seeing none, make it so. Okay, moving on to CACR 14. Do I hear a motion relating to the environment and natural resources? Representative Creighton.
Madam Chair, I move inexpedient to legislate on CACR 14.
And do I hear a second? Representative Howard.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you. Representative Creighton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, ma'am. As we heard testimony and talked about this bill, to me, it struck me that the environment is hugely important to the state of New Hampshire. In fact, it's embedded into the mission statement of the Department of Environmental Services and the things that we listen to and discuss every day have relevant importance to the environment. But I don't think this bill enhances our ability to care for the environment any more than if we did without it. And so, as we looked at it, I thought that this was not having the intended effect of improving our environment. Rather, it was getting lost in another document. And so, I stand by the DES mission statement, which is to protect our environment. And I just reread it, and it's straight up in the first sentence. And so I would stand by what we're doing and continue to do great things. I don't think we need a CACR to do that. Over.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
So, I am not entirely opposed to the idea of having something in the Constitution that explicitly says that marks the value of the environment to the state of New Hampshire, but I don't think that this particular amendment is the one that does it. So I will be voting ITL.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to oppose the ITL motion. One of the concerns we have is about kind of how vague the language is, but all fundamental rights are vague. If this committee, if we had right now the First Amendment or the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution in front of us for the very first time, we would say this is vague. How do you define arms? What are the limitations? How far do the rights apply? At what point are they infringed? The New Hampshire Constitution says that every child in the state has the right to an adequate education. We've been litigating that for a long time. Does that mean because it's a vague statement? Does that mean because we haven't been able to find a solution that we don't believe that children in the state do have a fundamental right to an adequate education? I don't think so. All fundamental statements of rights are vague by definition. And then what happens is through government, representative government, we litigate and we legislate in order to determine how those fundamental rights are actually applied and realized and protected in society. But the purpose for putting them in these foundational documents is to make a statement that they are exactly that they are foundational rights. We weren't, any of us, born being able to speak, and yet we have a First Amendment that guarantees our right to the freedom of speech. And certainly none of us were born with a gun in our hands, and yet we have a Second Amendment that protects our constitutional right to bear arms. Each and every one of us was born needing to be able to breathe clean air and drink clean water and eat produce that comes from clean land. So as far as I'm concerned, there simply is no more fundamental right than the right to a clean and healthy environment. And I understand and recognize my colleague, Representative Coulon, who said during our discussion that it's, as he sees it, this is kind of a placeholder for lawsuits. Yeah, we've spent more than 200 years with lawsuits over the First and Second Amendments and other aspects of the Bill of Rights. There's scarcely a fundamental right outlined in the United States or the New Hampshire State Constitution that has not been the subject of further clarification through legislation or challenges through litigation. So as I said, among the many rights that we recognize as being absolutely fundamental, I don't believe that there is one more fundamental than the right that is that this CACR proposes that we enshrine in the state constitution. And for that reason, I oppose the ITL and look forward to fighting for it on the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Representative Sofakaitis.
I think that we do a disservice to the after generations from where we live now when we don't make a statement of where we feel on things. And I think that a CACR is that. We have given the youth an environment that's teetering. And how I explain it to the youth is that they're the people that have to go along after the parade and clean up the elephant poop. And they are going to have huge work ahead of them, and it's going to be sitting right on our shoulders. And they will say, what did you do for us to help us through this? And this CACR is a mission statement. It's a mission statement that we recognize that there are issues. I live in Nashua. Just north of Nashua is Merrimack. Merrimack is a cancer cluster. Merrimack has its groundwater is contaminated. It's got this beautiful plant, St. Gobain's, that was recruited there from Vermont because Vermont showed them the door because they liked our lack of regulations more. And they have we have the highest bladder cancer in the country, and that cancer belt goes from Merrimack all the way over to the coast. And so I just find I'm going to support this. Ought to pass. I'll vote against the ITL because it's a mission statement.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will oppose the ITL for the reasons that my colleagues have stated. I think it's an important message to send. I look forward to working on it and supporting it. And I hope we get the chance to make that argument on the floor. Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my colleagues who want to send out a mission statement and have it, emboldened in our Constitution. However, I believe that the inelegance of the language limits the efficacy of the amendment. So.
Thank you. Okay, without any other comment, I would request the clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion is ITL on CACR 14. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
No.
Representative Dutzy.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Haskins.
No.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
No.
Representative Busherman.
No.
And Madam Chair.
Yes on ITL.
13-7, the motion of ITL passes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, do we know who was going to write the minority report?
Well, let's see. I guess.
I apologize.
Oh, Representative Germana will write the minority report. And Representative Creighton will write the majority report. Okay, let me just write that down. Thank you. All right, now we are going to move along to HB 1630, relative to extended producer responsibility. And I would like to make the motion of ITL on this bill. Do I hear a second? Representative Davis seconds. And I will speak to this, this bill, this motion. HB 1630, the extended producer responsibility bill. In my sitting on solid waste working group and working with Representative Ebel on that, I have discussions with her about the EPR, extended producer responsibility. And I agree with her thoughts on this legislation, is that there are a lot of components to this. It's a very complicated bill. The thought is that the way we should, and this is legislation, model legislation that's come from another organization, a national organization. And the thought is that the way we should attack EPR in the state is through smaller pieces. We have bills that are dealing with banning lithium batteries. We have bills that are talking about bottle return. And we have other bills that deal with other issues having to do with recycling or what are we putting in our landfills. So I think we are already addressing EPR in several smaller pieces, which makes sense because there's not a one size fits all to this issue. And that is why I am not in favor of this particular bill. Any other further comments? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I was sort of hoping to have this as an interim study bill as opposed to an ITL, because I think that we really need to study this as a. I think that we can't just wait for another term to go by before coming up with some sort of solid legislation that we can submit next term. And this is really complicated, and I think that although Representative Partial did look at some model legislation, he actually spent a lot of time trying to mold his bill to address more things than was in any piece of model legislation that was there. Unfortunately, I don't think that his bill is as written is workable, and I think part of the problem was that he was pretty much doing it on his own. This is something that really requires more than one person working on it, with many stakeholders coming in to help us put together a bill that will work. I think that when we had the representative from the plastic industry in last week, and I thank Madam Chair for having invited that presentation, one of the things that became clear was that it might make more sense to, rather than to say all packaging, to say let's focus on one sector. And so perhaps an EPR bill that just focuses on the plastics sector, and we can get representatives from the plastics industry, we can get representatives from the Conservation Law Foundation, we can get representatives from DES, from a whole range of stakeholders to help us figure out how to put together a more targeted EPR bill, but we need to be working on it. And there are two avenues for working on that. One is that we could do this as an interim study. The other is that we could, in fact, do an ad hoc series of subcommittee meetings in order to meet that same goal. And that, in fact, may give us more flexibility than than a interim study. So as long as we really commit to doing those ad hoc sessions, I'd be willing to support the ITL. But I think that we absolutely need to study this and have a piece of legislation prepared for next term.
Yeah, Representative Bixby, I would be totally amenable to an ITL on this bill and then having our subcommittees work on pieces of EPR legislation. I think that would be prudent as an ad hoc as opposed to an interim study. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although my preference might be more for the interim study, I will support the commitment to an ad hoc committee because I do agree. We've talked for years now about extended producer responsibility and how that fits into the framework. And we heard folks who did give the presentation last time that they recognize that that's an integral part of how recycling functions, not only in the United States, but elsewhere across the globe. And to not have that considered and worked on, while I agree there are problems with this current bill, we absolutely have to look at EPR.
Agree. Anyone else? Representative Creighton.
Yes, ma'am. I agree completely that reducing the amount of plastics and waste at the inception point is important. I'd be willing to assist with the subcommittee effort. One of the things about this bill that jumped out at me was that the cost of 8 personnel is pushing $1 million, which is not currently in the budget. And I think that if we're going to pass a bill that, as other colleagues have stated, is not exactly what we want, and we're going to spend $1 million on it, I think that is not responsible. But I do believe that working together, we can figure out some way to get the pieces and parts of this that are important into the next session. Thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support interim study, as I did when we discussed this before. A very distant second would be the ad hoc committee, and I certainly would be very happy to help out with the work of that committee. And I will certainly oppose ITL. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Smart. You had your hand up? No.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, with all due respect, I think we have a number of bills that come before our committee that are based on model legislation, and I think today we will probably be voting on at least 2 other bills that were based on model legislation. So I would certainly, not want to not consider a bill because of that. Secondly, I agree with my colleagues that this is an extremely important issue. I would say, I understand the need to partialize and to make issues solvable. But on the other hand, I also think because we've seen so many EPR bills come through, and a lot of them basically have the same administrative structure, which means a producer responsibility organization that collects fees from producers, people who produce the trash that municipalities have to pay for. I think basically we should be thinking in a more broad scope in terms of possibly having a department or a division under one of our departments that basically handles producer responsibility organizations, and under that we then partialize or target the areas that we want to go after. And I really think that that would be something that we could discuss in a interim study committee. We can bring all the people forward for it. So I would be voting against ITL.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, sure. Go ahead. Representative Germana, you had something to add.
Well, yeah, just because with Representative Dutsey referring to the fact that this is model legislation, it reminded me of something that I had wanted to say when we had the hearing, and that is it's not necessarily bad when we have model legislation. We tend to use that as if it's a negative term. But in this particular case, one of the things that we've talked a lot about is if something like this is going to be successful, it's going to have to be part of a regional plan right? And it's ultimately going to have to be part of a national plan. And the only way to move in that direction actually is for several states to be working from the same basic model legislation. So we have similar definitions, similar understandings of the processes. So I just did want to thank Representative Dutsey for making that comment because it reminded me that I had wanted to say that during the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I would like the clerk to call the roll for ITL motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion is ITL on HB 1630. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
No.
Representative Dutsey.
No.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
No.
Representative Haskins.
Nay.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Nab.
No.
Representative Morse.
No.
Representative Bushelman.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
12-8, the motion of ITL is adopted. May I ask who will write the minority report?
Who?
Who's that?
Yeah, I'll write that. Sherry's.
Okay. Dutsey? Okay. Okay, moving along to HB 1184, relative to making an appropriation to the organic certification program. Do I hear a motion? Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move ITL on HB 1184.
Do I hear a second? I second that. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Coulon?
Yeah, I'd love to. First thing I want to say is that I know everyone on this committee supports organic farming, and we all think and believe that they provide real value and enrich the soil and the air and all the elements. However, when we also talk about organic farming, we talk about sustainability a lot, and we've been told by the commissioner that this plant, this program is unsustainable and will never be financially sustainable. We also see an organic migration away from state certifiers, and we also know that there's multiple other options for organic certification, so no one is being left out in the cold, so to speak. So while some of us in our caucus, we think, maybe we should just let this go, but the thing is that if we stick to our principles, we know that subsidies, they compound and they snowball over time. So we don't think that the New Hampshire taxpayer should be left on the hook for this program. So for that reason, I move ITL today.
Representative Bixby.
So I would oppose the ITL, and one of the things that is important to remember in this process is that back in the 1990s, it was our Department of Agriculture approached the organic community and said, we can do this for you. And to back out of that suddenly is a real problem. Now, it is possible that the long-term resolution for this is to move it more towards a private organization doing the certification. But we don't, it would be a real disservice to our organic, certified organic community in the state of New Hampshire to suddenly pull all the funding away from this and leave them without an option in the short term. There are discussions that are happening with NOFA New Hampshire and other certifying bodies in the area that could create a satellite program where it would be possible to have New Hampshire organic crops and animal products and value-added products labeled as produced in New Hampshire with a New Hampshire with a New Hampshire organic certification label that is also certified by another organization, like one of the existing accredited ACA's accredited certifying agencies. But it's going to take some time to get that program together, and we need to support our farmers in the interim. So this is not going to be something we're going to be funding forever, but it's something that we need to fund in the short term in order to give our organic farmers time to develop a better option, and it is part of allowing our Department of Agriculture to maintain that commitment that they made a number of years ago, that they would help our organic community. So I see that taking the funding away suddenly is a real disservice. It is a turning back on a commitment that was made by the department, and I am completely against it. However, one thing that the representative from the Farm Bureau brought up was the possibility of a sunset. If we overturn the ITL, then I'd be willing. I have an amendment that would place a sunset on the positions, and I'd be happy to bring that forward if given the opportunity.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may, while we're having this discussion, for the record, acknowledge the letter that we received from the Farm Bureau this morning regarding their position on organic certification by DAMP. And I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to folks.
I think we all received the letter.
Yeah.
Just summarize the
Sure.
Yeah.
So for those, the Farm Bureau starts addressing it to the chair and the members of the committee. And in the second paragraph says that we want to make clear that the Farm Bureau policy supports DAMP providing USDA organic certification services provided the program is self-funded. It further goes on and talks about organizations outside of the state of New Hampshire, but then also notes that for reasons that we have outlined within this document, we believe the program is important enough to give it a real shot to succeed, since DAMP made stakeholders aware in the summer of 2021 of the issues it was facing with the program. We do not believe it has been given that opportunity.
Thank you. I'd like to add, though, that they don't support having a program. You just read that they don't support having the program if it's not self-funded. And what we're hearing from the commissioner is that it won't ever be self-funded, especially based on the amount of personnel they're going to need in their department to do that. That's where my problem is with this bill, is that right now the cost for an organic farmer to get certified through New Hampshire Department of Agriculture is pretty inexpensive. And if only 66 farms right now are availing themselves of this, I can't imagine that it would be even less with the fees going up, which it would have to, even with the subsidies. So I'm just not convinced that this is going to be a good program. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think when we're talking about this program being self-funding, we've already seen, even though New Hampshire organic certification is less expensive than the other certifying agencies, half of the certified organic farms have already left the state program.
Representative Howard.
The letter also goes on, besides saying that having a sunset on the bill, he also suggests that that they use that time to become self-sufficient. I think that I think that we need to give it a shot. We need to give them a chance to come around. And I think part of the reason that the other half is because the state no longer does meat or anything other than crops. So I think the people I would guess that the people who have dropped out probably didn't needed a greater coverage than the state provides.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm just looking at my notes and essentially, I agree with, Representative Coulon that organic farming is critical to the viability of agriculture in the state. But the numbers are what hit me. It's a $220,000 bill that supports roughly 66 farms. And so if it's to be self-sustaining, then you're talking about at least $4,000 or $5,000 per farm to have this process, unless you get money from somewhere else. But that's not in the bill. And so if we're going to the farmers and we're saying, hey, we got this great program for you, it's going to cost you $4,000. Good luck to you. I'm not sure we're doing them any favors. And so there may be a better way to do this, but if they're going in premises, it's self-funding, then I think that this is not the bill to get that done. Over. Thank you.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think an argument can be made that the organic farmers received a disservice through the management of this program because the fees have never been raised. So therefore, we're in a situation now where they're unrealistically low in comparison, and I think the department should take some responsibility for that. The other thing I have an issue with is the term subsidy. I would suspect that there's a lot of programs in DAMP that are subsidized. I mean, the one that I can think of is in the invasive species program. I'm not sure that that's funded by any industry. So you could call that a subsidy also, but I mean, it's part of their work. The third problem that I have is that Commissioner Jasper came to this session. The legislature has a responsibility to budget for each department. Okay, we expect that budgeted money to be used in service of the environment and agriculture. And we were told by Commissioner Jasper that he returns money every year to the general fund. So $220,000, which is probably maximum because, the fee should be raised. We all understand that. I don't think that's unreasonable, and I certainly don't think it's unreasonable to pass an amendment that gives us 3 years to look at this and see if it can be feasible.
Okay, Representative Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote against the ITL and hope that we can support Representative Bixby's amendment so that we can have some extra time to look at this and see how we can make it viable moving forward. And I would just like to point out that even though we're only talking about 66 farms, we're also talking about 66 communities and the impact that these farms have on the economy and the resources that they provide to those people. So for me, when I'm thinking about our job in the government and $220,000, I feel that it's a good investment, but I also think that, it's worth exploring additional ways that they can become at least more self-sustainable over the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. I will get to you. I do recall that Commissioner Jasper did say that he didn't believe that if this bill was not passed, that it would harm New Hampshire organic farmers. So I just want to take that into mind too. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak again. I would also like to say that I think that investing in organic farming gives consumers also another choice, and I think that the state of New Hampshire deserves that opportunity to have both of those options available in the farming community for all of the reasons we've talked about, supporting communities, supporting the farmers. And I also am eager to see Representative Bixby's amendment come forward, so I will be voting against the ITL.
Okay. So why don't I instruct the clerk to call the roll on ITL motion for HB 1184.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion is ITL. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
No.
Representative Sofakidis.
No.
Representative Dutzy.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Jamana.
No.
Representative Haskins.
Nay.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Nab.
No.
Representative Morse.
No.
Representative Moshemin.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's 10-10. No recommendation. So
So that motion fails. Do I hear another motion?
Yes. I
Representative Bixby.
I move to OTP with or I move amendment 2024-0477H to HB 1184, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Go.
Oh,
I
and
hear a second.
We need a second.
I'll second that.
Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Bixby?
Yes, please. So thank you, Madam Chair. So what the amendment does is it adds a contingency to the bill so that if at the end of the year ending in end of the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027, the commission determines that insufficient revenues have been generated by the fees for the program, then the two positions that the bill creates will be terminated. So what that does is that the way that this works in terms of budgeting, in the bill there is $220,000 for two positions plus a car and computers for those people to do the work, and that funding will be for fiscal year 2025, and the next year is a budget year, so 26 and 27 would be under the budget that we approve for next term. The commissioner would have to put in his budget request the salaries for those two positions. That would be less than the $220,000 because it doesn't include the equipment, and that equipment will be still good for the following years. So we're probably looking at somewhere in the $150,000 to $180,000 range per year in the next budget. And the commissioner will have to request that for his budget, unless there's something that comes up that says that. Well, actually, I'll get to that unless next after I talk about how the amendment works. So, if at the end of 2020, if in June of 2027, insufficient funds have come in through fees to pay for those two positions, then the positions will automatically terminate, and the commissioner will not be required at any point in the future to request funding for those positions. Now, if something comes up at the end of fiscal year 2025, and the commissioner determines that it really is impossible to make this program continue, he can put in his budget request no money for the positions and language for HB2 saying that those positions would be terminated. So what this amendment does is it creates a hard stop that the commissioner does not have any control over if the money doesn't come in through fees to completely fund those two positions. But that does not prevent the commissioner from determining before then that maybe this really isn't working. So what we're really committing to is just the $220,000 for the coming year, the coming fiscal year. And that is well invested in terms of giving the organic community time to put together a program that will better function for New Hampshire's organic farmers.
Representative Potenza.
I would like to understand the money. So I know you just explained that, but I want it as simple as possible. So this 2024 is when it's going to, at the end of 2024 is when the program would be, in a sense, dissolved. So we're looking at 25 and 26, and then this is 27. So you're saying that it would only be 220? It wouldn't be, well, actually, if it's half of a year, so it wouldn't be 440, then plus another 110,000 for a half a year. So 550,000
Okay,
is what I'm looking at for a number.
may I clarify?
Sure.
Okay, so the fiscal years go from from the end of June to the end of June. So fiscal year 25 starts on let's get some.
Because it goes July 1st to,
Right,
yes, I
July,
understand that.
starts July 1st of 2024. So, and then ends June 30th of 2025. And so the money, the $220,000 that is appropriated in the bill will cover July 2024 through June 2025. And we need to have, and then in order to have any money further, it needs to be part of the department's budget request. So if the commissioner determines that the program should continue, then he will put in a request for 1.5 positions, and that's ballpark 150, 160,000. It depends. I don't remember the exact numbers from the fiscal note in terms of what the positions were and what the material was. But that would be per year. So that would be, if he puts that budget request in, it would be about 300, a little bit over 300,000 for the following fiscal year, if that gets passed in the budget. And that is the maximum that we would possibly be out. And that's going to be offset by fees. The department is going to be raising fees for next year, not for the current growing season, but for the next growing season. So there'll be a certain amount of offset from fees that would go against whatever is budgeted for the next fiscal year.
Okay. In a minute. So thank you for that, Representative Bixby. But the way I'm hearing this is that there seems to be a lot of ifs and buts that come along with this amendment. And we have no assurances of whether this is going to work or not. With the prospect of fees absolutely going to have to go up, I'm expecting that there's going to be even less participation than the 66 organic farmers that we currently have. So that is why I'm thinking that I think I'd vote against an OTPA. Representative Potenza.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. So in kind of going based upon what Representative Dutsey said, right? So we go from a very minimal fees that these people are expecting, and then they get hit all in one time. So it could be increased by, a few $1,000s. So then we have, the program bleeds these farmers. I don't know. I just don't think that it's well thought out. And this is probably one of the hardest bills because I'm so supportive of this community. I spend all of the extra money to buy all of those kinds of produce locally as well. And so I just think that there's a better way, and I just don't believe that this is it.
Representative Howard.
I think it could go just the opposite direction as well. If we were to if this were to spin off a private certification agency that is housed in New Hampshire, it could draw New Hampshire farms back in and create an economy of scale. Because if you're growing in New Hampshire, isn't it better to be certified in New Hampshire?
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. This is tough, right? We want our organic certified farms, but we do know that we have half of our certified crop farms already being certified elsewhere. We also heard the commissioner state that currently he only has one, I believe it was one organic certifier right now. If that person leaves, the program fails. And I also believe that he said to train a person, it will take up to 18 months. So if we hired someone and got them up to snuff, it's a year and a half out. And I could be wrong, but that's what I thought he said.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to make sure that we're not losing sight of the fact that we do have a sort of cooperative agreement through the USDA Farm Service Agency around organic certification cost sharing reimbursements. So there is some of that will help offset the costs to organic farmers as well, that they can apply for. And I just didn't want that to be.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what the status of organic certification personnel in the department is right now. Right now, we have 2 people who are fully certified and working, and we have another person who is approaching the end of her training and will very soon be certified. And what the commissioner wanted in terms of having certified personnel available and sort of existing as positions in statute was in order to make sure that he would have a buffer in case someone left. He'd always have someone available to fill in those shoes. So So right now, there is not an impending crisis of someone leaving unless 3 people leave all at once.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just a question for Representative Bixby. I don't know if you know that. So currently, we have 3 people that will go out to 66 farms to certify them organically. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that we have 3 people who are qualified and are recognized by the USDA as certifiers, and they do not spend most of their time doing that. So I think there is one of them that is spending most of her time doing that. The other 2 do it do it part-time as needed to fill in the gaps when that one person when that one workload is too much. So I think in terms of the actual amount of work that is required for the certification, I think that is essentially 1.5 full-time people's worth of work. And most of the work is not going out to the farm and inspecting. Most of the work is looking at the paperwork filed by those farms, making sure that they are consistent with the program requirements, and if there are inconsistencies, letting those farmers know that they need to address those inconsistencies. I think if we want to have more detail about how that time is spent, we could probably ask Director Wyman, but I'm not sure that's a good use of our time. I think we know where this is going, and we probably want to move on towards a vote.
Yes, I would agree. I'd like to call the vote.
Okay.
Thank you. Representative Comtois, please call the roll.
So the motion is to adopt Amendment 20240477H for Bill HB 1184. Representative Creighton.
Nay.
Representative Comtois. No. Representative Moffett.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Bean.
No.
Representative Coulon.
Nay.
Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Potenza.
No.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschman.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
No.
Amendment fails 10-10.
Madam Chair, I would like to move.
Representative Bixby.
I'd like to move ought to pass.
To pass amendment. Do I hear a second? Or is this?
Ought to pass the bill, just OTP. The
Yeah.
amendment failed, so I'm just moving OTP.
Okay, so he's moving OTP, Representative Bixby. Representative Murray. Okay, hold on just a moment, please.
Okay. Representative Bixby, you made a motion, ought to pass. Do I hear a second? Representative Murray seconds. And Representative Bixby, if you'd like briefly to speak to your motion.
I suspect we know where this is going to go, so let's just do it.
Okay. All right. So I'd like the clerk to call the roll on this.
Motion is OTP on HB 1184. Representative Creighton.
Nay.
Representative Comtois. No. Representative Moffett.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Bean.
No.
Representative Coulon.
No.
Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Potenza.
No.
Representative Smart. No. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschman.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
OTP, no.
10-10.
Oh, sure, you can join us.
No recommendation.
Okay. So I guess we'll have to write two committee reports. So I'll write one and you write the other. Okay. Got it. All right, moving along. Thank you, everybody. Moving along to HB 1618, mandating a cooperative agreement with USDA for organic certification. Yes, sir.
May I ask, would it be possible for the committee to have a very short break to step away for a few minutes? Because we still have a few more bills to go through, and I think some folks could use a short break.
Okay. I would recess for 3 minutes if you need time. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's just, I'm not sure what office on what it's supposed to say. No one else would know better than me.
Who's doing this one? Is Comtois still doing this one?
Yeah, she is. She's still doing that.
Stretch my legs so I have a bath program.
2 minutes left.
Yeah.
I got to stretch. We get 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'd like our members to please take their seats. Okay. Representative Sofakaitis.
There you go.
Beyond my headstone.
Okay, we're going to continue with our exec for, excuse me, HB 1618, mandating a cooperative agreement with USDA for organic certification. Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair,
Representative Comtois,
thank you. I make a motion to ITO.
do I hear a second?
Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Representative Knapp seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although this bill was well-intentioned, it would mandate that the Department of Agriculture enter into a cooperative agreement with USDA, and that they shall have a certification program for all farming, whether it be dairy, meat, crop. The cost to the taxpayers is over $1 million, I believe, per year for this. And it currently would be unsustainable, especially with the number of personnel that we would need to hire.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so, just sort of following on that, this would, as submitted, the bill would require that all the department cover all 4 of the USDA organic scopes, which is well beyond the department's current means. And even if we gave them the money, they wouldn't have the personnel to do it. Even if the bill were amended to simply require them to do the crop part, if the number of people being certified dropped to a very low number, the department would not have the option of pulling out. They would still have to do it. So that's just not really tenable. So I'm going to be voting ITL.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, I'd have the clerk call the roll, please.
Madam Chair, the motion is ITL on HB 1618. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boscheman.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
20-0.
Without objection, may we put this on consent? Thank you. Okay, move along to HB 1182. Hold on one second. Adding certain equine practices to the definition of animal cruelty. And I would like to move ITL. Do I hear a second? Representative Smart seconds. Right?
Can't hear me?
No.
Oh.
Now we can hear you.
Now you
Okay.
can hear me? Okay.
And I would like to speak to my motion on HB 1182. Now, this bill absolutely outlines some pretty heinous actions having to do with animal cruelty for horses. No one disputes that. But in my discussions with some of legal people in the House, the sentiment was that these crimes are so heinous that they already fall under our statute having to do with animal cruelty. And the animal cruelty statute is broad enough that we don't need to specifically state every single kind of cruelty that can be imagined for these animals. Yes, we do have specific statutes in the animal cruelty statutes having to do with animals in a motor vehicle, docking the tail of a horse as being cruel practices. But those practices were identified simply because they may not necessarily be viewed as cruel, leaving a dog in a car or making a horse's tail shorter. So the fact that these crimes are so blatantly cruel is already covered under section 644:8. And so I believe that making this kind of bill law only opens the door to adding a plethora of specific kinds of cruelty to statute where we don't need it, and that we would do so at the probably there would be some things that we would leave out that people would then, not consider as being cruel. So for all those, I just believe it's an unnecessary bill. We already have these kinds of the things that are outlined in this bill as being federally banned and outlawed, as well as the Equine Federation also believes that these kinds of activities are cruel. So I believe it's an unnecessary bill, and that's why I am moving to ITL it. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to make sure, in the absence of any law enforcement that was able to come before the committee, I agree, these are heinous, reprehensible practices that should not be done to any animal, let alone a horse. But I would also like to say it kept me up thinking about the fact that the first offense would be a misdemeanor, when in fact, I don't know, there may be a first offense that would be a felony. And so the language of the bill says that any first offense would be considered a misdemeanor, and I feel that that might actually take away some power during an investigative process from law enforcement, but I didn't hear from anyone to be able to say anything about that.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping that in the course of discussing this bill, we would have somebody from the Attorney General's office or somebody else who could actually give us some expert guidance in terms of what helps with prosecution, what hinders prosecution, because my mind could be swayed. I'm going to oppose the ITL. Depending on what I might have heard from the Attorney General or some other prosecutor, I might have been able to go along with support the ITL. But
Representative Germana, I don't mean to interrupt you. I did get in touch with the AG's office. They didn't want to discuss the bill because they don't give out that kind of advice.
okay, I appreciate that. I still, in my mind, I don't have any reason to believe one way or the other that this is going to be a problem for prosecution. So for me, that's an issue. But I thank you for that clarification. And I do
Well,
also want to say that in terms of law enforcement issues, law enforcement probably aren't right now really looking for these things, these specific things. And I think that the virtue of legislation like this is it actually does direct law enforcement towards specific acts of animal cruelty. So I'll be opposing the ITL.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I was kind of on the fence until I had a chance to talk with Representative Murray last night about it. And for those of you who don't know, Representative Murray has spent a lot of time in the equine world. She knows more than she just mentioned. One of the things that she mentioned in our conversation was that the organizations that run horse shows are generally fairly good about policing their members. Not flawless. Everyone, not everyone is going to get every single instance of failure to meet their requirements, but these practices are generally banned by all of the horse organizations. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect that really got me thinking that this bill is not only not necessary, but could be counterproductive is the issue of the fact that the first offense is inevitably going to be a misdemeanor when under this bill. But our cruelty statutes say that if someone is purposively harming an animal, that is a felony. And I don't want someone who's doing these things to get off with a misdemeanor when they really should be charged with a felony.
Thank you. Representative Sofokaitis.
I've also heard from farriers, and they felt that the language was too vague and general. So they were afraid that they would be caught up in the bill, that their trade would be considered cruel.
Thank you. Okay, I will direct the clerk to call the roll on ITO motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ITL HB 1182, Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Haskins.
Nay.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
No.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschman.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
17-3, the ITIL motion passes.
Would we consider putting this on consent? No? Okay.
Does someone want to do a minority report?
Who will do the minority report? Representative Nab.
She voted it with us.
Oh, no. No. Okay, and I will do the majority report. Okay, the next bill we have on our table here is HB 1680, which is relative to prohibiting the sale of dogs and cats by retail pet shops. Do I hear a motion? Representative Potenza.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Thank you, Representative Creighton. Representative Potenza, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. So we need to support legislation that like accurately defines problems. So, and whenever this body is like proposing to implement regulating legislation, we need to ensure that it actually solves a problem. So this bill simply does not do that. If there is a sourcing problem in New Hampshire, that is where the focus of legislation should go. For example, there is more regulation taking place in the private sector than there is in the nonprofit sector right now. Health certificates should be required for all entities in the state where people are paying for a dog or cat. If any of the New Hampshire pet stores are being deceptive in their business practices or selling sick animals, there is already a pathway the public should be utilizing to report to the Department of Justice, which is the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. That is the reason why I can't support this bill.
Thank you. All right. For me, I'd just like to say, I also believe that if we want to have a conversation about where our pet stores are sourcing their animals from, we can have that conversation. But to simply say we're going to ban pet stores, I believe that that is an anti-business type of sentiment, and I can't support that. Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going over my notes and the testimony, I agree with everything's been said before this, but I do not believe from testimony that this will eliminate puppy mills. I don't believe that it will achieve the effects that the authors wanted it to achieve. And I think that puppy mills could sell through other means, and that this harms the businesses without solving the problem that the crafters intended. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, I will be voting against the ITL. I think this bill is a good first step. I don't think we have any silver bullet as far as puppy mills are concerned. But again, these bills that have been passed in other states, it's been shown that the puppy mill business has been decreased in those states. I think we've kicked the can down the road long enough on this. We recognize that we need, a vast array of regulations to try to cut this problem down. I don't know about my colleagues, but I received, 200, 400, I stopped counting. Half in support, half in opposed. But when I opened up the bills for opposed, they came from Washington, Oregon, Missouri's always the place, Iowa. Those were the bills in support. Okay, so I have to question, what stake do they have in us passing a bill like this? So I would encourage my colleagues to reevaluate their stand on this and consider this a first step.
Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I agree that this isn't going to solve the entire problem, but we can't legislate for the entire country. We legislate for the state of New Hampshire. And so for that reason, I will oppose the ITL.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I just want to state that back in March of 2022, to my district, Article 33 was placed on the ballot. And I did receive a letter in writing from the town of Amherst stating the voters' intent for there to be, it was roughly 2,200 voters in favor of stopping puppy mill pipelines to 600 and some odd members, 670 maybe, in opposition. And I did want to say that I am torn because I believe that this bill currently, as it stands right now, is not dealing with the underlying issue of the sourcing of animals. And I think that we had a very lengthy discussion about sourcing animals and that impacted a wide variety of entities that deal with pets. So I just wanted that acknowledged for the record.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'd like to, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so, my feeling on this bill is that, it is not going to be effective in doing what it wants to do, which is have an impact on puppy mills. The volume of dogs that are sold in New Hampshire is a small fraction of what one puppy mill breeder would be producing, a small fraction. And there are lots of these problematic breeders out there. We do not have enough retail establishments in New Hampshire for this to have an actual impact. And given that the existing ones are given a grandfather clause in this bill, makes that market impact even smaller. I think what we need to do is something like what the commissioner was suggesting in terms of looking more broadly at the issue of problematic pet sourcing and looking at all the channels that pets come into the state through and figuring out what sort of more comprehensive legislation we can come up with in order to address that issue. But I don't think that this bill is that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. I couldn't agree more. With that, I'd like to have the clerk call the roll on ITL motion for HB 1680.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion is ITL, HB 1680. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
No.
Representative Murray.
Murray.
I heard
Vote.
her. Yes.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Haskins.
No.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
No.
Representative Morse.
No.
Representative Busherman.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
14-6, motion of ITL is adopted.
Okay.
Are we having a minority report?
Dutsy, yeah. And Representative Potenza will write the majority report. Okay, moving along to HB 1572, which is prohibiting using mRNA technology in food and requiring the labeling of lab-grown meat and food containing insects. Do I hear a motion? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL on HB 1572.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Representative Davis seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Germana?
I would. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think that there was broad agreement that this bill tries to do too much. There are kind of several different things that aren't terribly well related that are connected in this bill. Aspects of it, I think that we agreed are worthy of further pursuit or further consideration, particularly with regard to people getting accuracy in labeling. But we also agreed that there's very, very little that we can do in the state of New Hampshire regarding labeling, and that initiatives in that respect would have to come from the federal government. There was also some very unworkable provisions in the bill, reflecting what I think was a lack of understanding about mRNA technology that, as I said, make those specific provisions of the bill unworkable. And I think we were all a little bit at a loss to understand the provision regarding ground up insects. So for all of those reasons, I urge my committee colleagues to vote ITL.
Thank you, Representative Germana. And I just want to point out that I have drafted a letter, which a copy has been made to all of you with the help of our committee researcher, Kristen Grant. This letter basically is asking our federal delegation to pursue truth in labeling legislation at the federal level. I'd like you all, I don't want to discuss this letter now, but I would like, in lieu of, of the motion on this bill, I would like you all to take a look at this proposed letter. If you have amendments or changes that you'd like to make to it, or we can, as a committee, maybe next week, briefly talk about how we want to word it or reword it or whatever, we can certainly do that. But I would like to have a letter from the committee sent to our federal delegation with regard to federal labeling and truth in labeling. Any other comments on the motion to ITL? Representative Bixby.
So I am fully in support of the motion to ITL. I just wanted to, and I appreciate your Madam Chair's putting this letter together. I think that it needs a little bit of editing work, but I think that's something we can do. I'm not sure that we want to do editing in a 20-person committee. I think maybe the chair and I and a couple other people can look at it and discuss and then bring back a revised version.
Super. All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, would like the clerk to call the roll on the ITL motion for HB 1572.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion is ITL. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby. Representative Sofakidis. Representative Dutsey.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschman.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
20-0. The ITL motion passes.
Okay, would we be objecting putting this on consent? No? Go ahead. Let's do it. All right, moving along to HB 1565, which is relative to the sale of homestead food to consumers and local food production. Do I hear a motion? Representative Coulon.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move OTPA on HB 1565.
So you have to adopt the amendment. There's an amendment here.
Yes.
So read the amendment number.
The amendment number is 0473H.
And I believe everybody has a copy of that. Do I hear a second on that ITL? I'm sorry, on that amendment motion. Representative Bixby. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Coulon?
I'd love to, Madam Chair. Yes. So listening back to the work session, there were some legitimate points brought up by DHHS regarding the bill, and they had concerns about some forms of canned foods that I thought were very legitimate concerns. So, yeah, in the spirit of compromise, I think this is a good and fair amendment, and I support the passage of it.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to point out that I did have a conversation with Abigail Rogers and Colleen Smith from DHHS Food Safety, which I appreciate their time and efforts in speaking with me, which was the result of which was this amendment, which basically removes processed acidified foods from the potentially hazardous food definition. And I think that that would be wonderful for our local food producers to be able now to do pickled vegetables and relishes and salsas as other states do that. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I am fully in support of this amendment. I appreciate the work of Madam Chair with our good people from Food Protective Services. I've done a fair amount of canning over the course of the years, mostly higher acid, so tomatoes and pickles and relishes. And I've also canned other things that require pressure canning. I would be perfectly comfortable if I wanted to sell things, selling my high acid canned things. I would be hesitant to sell anything that required the pressure canning because the amount of time, the time constraints of doing that in a home kitchen are, and doing it right, are really high. So, I can buy, if you go and look at bone broth at the farmer's market, it looks expensive. And I know why that's so expensive. So I am fully in support of the acidified foods being available for home production. I would, and I'm glad that it does not include the low acid.
Okay, Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear. So this amendment, it replaces the entire
Entire bill,
bill.
yes.
That's correct. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other comment? I'd like to call the roll on amend this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to adopt Amendment 20240473H for House Bill 1565. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschman.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
the amendment is adopted 20-0.
thank you. And do I hear a motion for OTPA?
Yes, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Coulon.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion for OTPA on HB 1565.
Thank you. Any second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Do I hear, would you like to speak to your motion at all?
I think I'm good.
All right, good. I think we're done with that conversation, so I'd like to have the clerk call the roll on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is as OTPA on House Bill 1565. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Moffett.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Coulon.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschman.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
20-0.
thank you. And that leaves,
Consent.
well, yes, any objection to putting it on consent? Okay, put it on consent. Thank you. Last one, HB 1185, which is the, 1685, I'm sorry, 1685, redefining homestead foods as artisan foods, creating an artisan food operations exemption, establishing artisan food products, sales venues, and allowing the production and sale of artisan food products requiring refrigeration. I would like to make a motion to interim study this bill. Do I hear a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Representative Murray seconds that bill, and I'll speak to my motion. So we did talk about, there are some aspects in this particular bill which have some merit, and we would like to explore further how local food producers may produce foods as homestead or artisan foods producers in future, because we do know that we do have some constituents that are interested in being able to produce things like pumpkin pies, custard pies, turkey pot pies, chicken pot pies, beef casseroles, that kind of thing on their farm stands. And we'd like to probably sit down with health, food, and safety folks and see what we might come up with for some other future legislation that might include that. It might include something where we require people to take food safety courses in order to do this, or register with Department of Health and Human Services in order to do this. But we should explore some of the ways in which we can maybe expand food production for locally produced food. As Representative Sofokaitis brought up in the testimony for reviewing this bill, when COVID happened, people were not finding food at the grocery stores. And to be able to have more expanded local food opportunities and have food available would be something that would be a preferable thing. So I think putting this bill in interim study will give us the opportunity to really look at some of the issues and see where we might be able to make some tweaks or changes to current law to allow those kinds of activities to happen. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to concur with your thoughts, but I also want to make sure that in supporting the interim study that we are having the opportunity to bring some of those artisan stakeholders and small producers, homesteaders, whatever we're calling them, to the table and have this conversation in ways that we have both the department and the community stakeholders involved in a way that we feel it's workable and can move forward towards diversifying our food options.
Absolutely, that's the intention. Representative Sofokaitis.
I'd like to volunteer if it passes to be on that committee.
I'll be looking for volunteers. Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This bill has eaten away at me for a long time, and I've been thinking about it. And the reason is because from my business background, I see this as a bill to deregulate business, and it's masking as a food safety bill. Okay, so I mean, we've seen in this legislation no regulations for anybody that does anything that has to do with home food preparation. So my question would be, what happens, and I come from a long history of shopkeepers, entrepreneurs who are in the food industry. My great-great-grandfather made sausages. My grandfather ran a corner store. My cousin owns a meat market. And in all of these cases, they supplement their income by making prepared foods. Okay, so in a bill like this or a future bill that you want to look at, what prevents Holly Homemaker from setting up shop across the street from a corner store, okay, and making prepared sandwiches, egg salad, ham salad, the whole 9 yards, okay, and selling them at reduced prices because she has no employees, she has no overhead, she has no nothing. And, I'm not sure that there's safety things, that it has really taken in consideration, people in the cities who are working at low margins. I mean, their job, food service doesn't have a lot of high margin, products, and they could be harmed by this. So that would be my question.
I think that that's a consideration, something to explore when we do this interim study. Absolutely. I mean, what is the dynamic that would occur? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the member's point, I would like to say that I think that that's all the more reason that I support the interim study. Having worked previously with the department on mushroom harvesting and foraging, and finding a pathway to allow folks to safely do that and be able to get their product into retail establishments, that is my goal, is making sure that we see, and there were things that were stood up for folks to attend classes and participation, and nothing that's necessarily 100% the right model, but I fully support the interim study to get to that place.
Okay, good. Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one last question, and that is Representative Potenza said that, the bills that come forward should be to solve a problem. And I agree. I mean, every bill that we look at should start with what's the problem? What's the issue? What are we trying to address? And, I've scratched my head a number of times, and I've said this before. We throw away 330 million tons of food a year. none of this food is going to go to, underprivileged or people who, are food deprived right now. So who is this bill meant to serve, and what problem is it meant to solve?
Thank you for your question. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little bit of an answer to Representative Dutsy's question. I have several constituents in my district who have asked me to vote for these bills because they are limited in what they can offer, and it is a good part of their income that sustains them through the year. So that's who needs it, and we are an entrepreneurial state, and I think that within the boundaries of safe delivery of food, I think we should examine this.
Representative Potenza.
I'd like to piggyback on the statements that Representative Suffolkidis made when we discussed this during our work session, because I think what she said about community and what took place during COVID was really valid in building that community. It's more so than just about people being able to have some extra income. I really believe that food and sourcing is really important, and I think that it starts in your local community.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to direct the clerk to call a roll on motion of interim study for HB 1685.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion is interim study. Representative Creighton?
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Moffett?
Aye.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Bean?
Yes.
Representative Coulon?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Representative Smart? Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Suffolkidis?
Yes.
Representative Dutsy?
No.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Aye.
Representative Howard? Representative Nab?
Yes.
Representative Morse?
No.
Representative Boschman?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
18-2 for interim study.
Okay.
So the question is can it go on consent, or is it going to be a minority?
I think it can't be, I think it can't go on consent because it's, no, because it's essentially,
Your microphone, please.
if it's 20-0 or 19-1 and that one says, yeah, that's fine, consent is fine, then I think that's acceptable. But I think that if that this doesn't quite meet that margin, and it's up to the people who voted no whether they want to do a minority report. or
Would
not.
you like to put it on consent? You do a minority report, okay. All right, we are done with our executing our bills. I'm gonna call it. I want to first thank our substitutes for sitting in all morning. And Representative Nab, you have a comment?
I have a question. Having been in the minority on the bill 1182, if it can go on consent. We sort of jumped to not putting it on consent, but I think the three of us that voted in the minority are fine with it going on consent.
If you're fine with it going on consent, then go for it.
Okay, we are. Thank you.
Okay? 1182?
Okay, thank you.
Representative 1182, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
That's fine.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, I will reconsider and put that on consent, the last bill.
Which, 1685?
Right.
We can put that on
okay,
consent?
yes,
Okay, good enough. Right.
Well, if it's on consent, there's
All right, thank you. And so we have to be back here by 1 o'clock. And I wish you a good lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Where was 1182?
Go ahead, hurry.
EMT level.
Okay.
certification. Again, you gotta go through skiing, and then toboggan, all that stuff.
Toboggan, of course, yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, I mean, I'm sure it is. I had friends when I graduated from high school, a lot of them went to, and a lot of them for a while.
Okay.
Doing that, like rock climbing in the summer, and some people.
And Aylward's not here to introduce the bill, so I'm gonna,
So we take wind waters up to
Um,
the White
oh,
Mountains
what?
every year.
I forget, is it
I'm gonna ask committee members to please take their seats and we can get underway with a public hearing for HB 1327. I don't know where Representative Davis, oh, he stepped out, right?
Yeah, he'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, we got for HB 1327. And this is relative to the definition of farmers markets. So, I had gotten communication from Representative Elward. I forget when, but she sent me an email a couple of weeks ago or 2 weeks ago saying that she had made an error in her understanding of the farmer's market and wished for us to ITL this bill because she had already passed the time where the bill could be withdrawn. And so in terms of introducing, we have to formally introduce the bill, which is relative to the definition of farmers markets. But in deference to her her desire to have this bill ITL'd, I'm going to ask that the committee ITL the bill. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for procedural question, we open and close the hearing, and then are we doing that at another
Yes.
time or immediately?
No,
following?
I will close the hearing and then we can go through and do the exec on the bill.
Okay.
So if anybody has any questions about this particular bill, I would then elect to close the hearing. So I'll close the hearing on HB 1327, and I would like to open up an exec session on HB 1327. And I would like to make a motion to ITL
Second.
this bill
I'll second that.
with a second from Representative Bixby. And then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the motion is ITL and HB 1327. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Coulon. Representative Davis.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Boschman.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
17-0. Motion to ITL is adopted.
Thank you. And without, excuse me, without any, can we put this on consent? Thank you. Yes. And I'll write.
Make sure it's really detailed.
I will write the thing on it, the blurb, whatever. Okay. That brings us to HB 1386, which is relative to prohibiting the disposal of lithium-ion batteries in solid waste landfill facilities, composting facilities, or incinerators. And with that, we have our distinguished Representative Ebel to introduce this bill.
Yeah, well,
Good
thank
to
you
see you.
very, yeah, thank you very much, and happy to be here before what might be my favorite committee. But anyways, my name is Karen Ebel, and I represent Merrimack District 7, which is New London and Newbury. And I'm here to introduce HB 1386, which would prohibit the disposal of lithium-ion batteries in solid waste landfills and incinerators. It would also update the definition of electronic waste, which is already banned from disposal in the state of New Hampshire. What you have before you is an amendment. It's a replace all amendment. That's why I gave it to you guys. I thought you do have the bill, but there were some changes made based on conversations with some of the stakeholders, which I wanted to go through with the committee. I'm going to keep my comments relatively brief because there's a great deal of interest and support for this bill from folks that work with these issues on a day-to-day basis, and I want to give them time to make their comments. This bill I'm bringing forward to you as the chair of the Solid Waste Working Group, which is the statewide stakeholder group that works with DES and stakeholders on issues of solid waste. When we discussed what legislation we would be supporting this year, I asked the group and 2 hands went up immediately and then more. And I said, okay, well, what's on your mind? And they said lithium batteries. And the primary problem with them is that they present a great fire hazard. They are also obviously valuable materials. They really should be recycled and reused to the extent possible. And they also are toxic if they get into our waste stream. So from the standpoint of our newly adopted solid waste management plan, the banning of lithium-ion batteries from disposal and the expansion or updating of the electronic waste definition both support the solid waste management plan, reducing toxicity in the waste stream, and increasing safety for public works employees. As I said, I am going to keep my comments somewhat to a minimum because the folks that are here to testify on the bill can make a very strong case as to why it's a good thing to ban the disposal of lithium-ion batteries. What I wanted to just go through the amendment, so it's amendment that I'm suggesting to the committee for its consideration. It's amendment number 0497H, which I passed out to you folks. And basically what this amendment does, I also gave you the related statute. There, in the related statute, which you have a copy of, section Roman numeral 2 is what I was proposing to add lithium batteries to. Section 4 is the section that, Roman numeral 4, is the section that establishes the ban on electronic waste. And rather than just leaving them as separate provisions, what I did was in my amendment on line 6 on the first page is I basically combined the 2 provisions into one. So it says no person shall dispose of wet cell lithium-ion or batteries or electronic devices in a landfill or an incinerator. And that basically just picks up language that's already in statute. So in subsection B, this is the provision in particular that I wanted to talk to the committee about.
if you look at the statute, which I gave you, for the ban on disposal of leaf and yard waste and the ban on disposal of electronic waste, there's what we would call a hold harmless clause that basically says that if the landfill operator or an incinerator operator provide informational signs to folks telling them of the ban and notifying them that they shouldn't be dumping, you can't hold the landfill liable for an inappropriate disposal in the landfill. And so what the solid waste folks asked, Waste Management and Casella in particular, is if the hold harmless clause couldn't also apply to batteries. I've included that in this amendment. I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you can't hold a landfill operator strictly liable because somebody, they know not who, threw a lithium battery in the thing. So I just thought that that was self-evident. The other thing that I put in here that I actually am excited about, and this is supported by the New Hampshire Municipal Association, it calls for towns, solid waste districts, and owners or operators of the landfill facilities or incinerators, it calls upon them to make educational materials available on safe handling and recycling. And that can be accomplished very simply by just putting a link on their websites. It's really, and there are plenty of websites out there from the EPA to some other folks that will be testifying before. So that is an easy thing to do. And it also encourages these entities to provide recycling opportunities for the batteries when they can. I think this just helps everyone because you really, I mean, from an insurance standpoint, from the standpoint of harm to your employees, you really want to keep these things out of the hopper and being handled safely. And then the next part of the bill is the same as HB 1386, which you had originally. The only thing is that on line 26, inadvertently omitted was video display media recorder player, which is a defined term in our statutes, and it just wasn't included in the definition of electronic device. This section hadn't really been updated since the early 2000s. And, you know, a lot has happened with technology since that time. And looking around at other states and looking at the definition that we had, I just, I updated it. It's obviously somewhat of an expansion because it had to expand to include technology that didn't exist 25 years ago. And I did make some obvious exclusions from that. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony. I just want to say that Waste Management, Casella, New Hampshire Municipal Association, the National Waste and Recycling Association, the Department of Safety, Conservation Law Foundation, New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs, those are all folks that I'm aware of, and there may be others that are supporting this measure and are really pleased to have it brought forward.
Thank you, Representative Ebel. I have to commend you for putting this together and getting all of the stakeholders together to be aware of this. And I'm happy to have been a co-sponsor of this bill.
Well, thank you very much.
Representative Potenza.
So my question has to do with just the education piece of this for, you know, consumers. What is the gauge of the level of awareness of not realizing to put these batteries, you know, just in their trash? Because of course you've got the small lithium rechargeable ones, right? And then you have, you know, bigger ones that would be, you know, hard to necessarily put just like in your regular trash. Well, there's a representative here from the National Resources Recovery Association. She works with municipalities all across the state, so she might be able to answer that better than I can. I think there's been a lot of effort at transfer stations and at municipalities to just be like hammering away on the fact that people shouldn't be disposing of these things. You know, like anything, it takes time. And one of the effects, I hope, of this bill is it continues to raise the level of awareness, especially about these lithium ion batteries. I mean, I was talking to a constituent recently. They ride e-bikes and they have these lithium batteries and they have no idea what to do with them. And I just said, we're working on that. And I think it's in the interest of towns to make it as easy as possible for people to bring these batteries to the transfer stations or tell them what to do with them in the long run, because they should be recycled, but they also cause fires. And we have somebody here that can talk personally about a fire they had in their town. Thank you.
Representative Ebel, now as I understand, DES has on their website a whole list of different kinds of materials and how to dispose of them.
Right.
Will lithium ion batteries be included in that, or are they now?
I mean, somebody from the department is here. I believe they have a whole battery section.
Okay.
That you can use that. I know NRRA has a batteries toolkit. They have all sorts of things on their website. And the EPA also has information. So it's just, this is part of what I hope becomes a common practice in towns, to have a section of their website that talks about waste reduction and solid waste. And this could easily be a trigger or incorporated into whatever they already have.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Ebel, for bringing this forward. With regard to line 13 and 14 regarding posting informational signs at the facility, do you imagine that it would also, municipalities might find a resource or a partner in some entity like New Hampshire the Beautiful,
Right.
or some other entity that could help them put that signage up there as well?
Yeah, I hope they do. I mean, in the case of my town, they just have like poster board, but I mean, again, these things are so hazardous. It just, anything that the town can sort of get out there at a transfer station or whatever to catch people's attention, it would be all to the good. Mhm.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do we know what's happening to them now? Is that what we're going to hear more about?
I think you'll be hearing
Okay.
more. I just think we can do a lot better. And I guess I would say that I think a lot of transfer stations are really working hard now to make sure that these things stay out of the waste stream. But what I heard at the solid waste working group and in general is that we really need to put a little more teeth into the situation to give them something to point to enable them to be even better than they are.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Boschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. I know in here it talks a little bit about increasing the availability of places to deposit all of these items. Do you have any sense of to what extent we would be able to do that as well? I'm thinking education is one side, the awareness, but if we don't have enough places that are convenient enough, then it won't happen. So how do you see this bill speaking to that?
Again, someone is here from NRRA and she can speak a little bit more about systems that are already in place, but because I anticipate this question, I looked at a website from a company called Call to Recycle, which I know towns are already using, and there's actually information on there. You can put in your location and they can tell you the nearest place that you can bring your batteries. And what I saw was Home Depot, I know. And then with electronic waste, you can bring it, I mean, this is what I've done. I just bring it to Best Buy and they take it and then they for free and then they recycle it. This is not a paid advertisement.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what sort of enforcement provisions there are, if any.
Well, I asked the department that this morning, and it's the enforcement provision that applies to any provision that's in 149M. and that is 149M 15 and 16. And so even though that provision isn't specifically called out in many of the statutes or provisions under 149M, that is the standard enforcement language that the department uses for administrative enforcement and if they need to turn it to the AG for criminal sanctions.
Since we don't have that right in front of us, can you give us a brief summary of what that looks like?
What I would do is defer to the department to give that to you.
Okay.
I mean, I noticed that in 149M 27(3), which I gave you the copy of, the statute does specifically say it's enforceable under 149M 15 and 16. And so one of the reasons I asked the department the question is, I said, well, just because if you don't specifically mention it, isn't that the provision that you use to enforce these things? And they said yes. So maybe when they wrote the leaf and yard waste provision, they wanted to do a little belt and suspenders operation, but it's really not necessary to be in there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Representative Ebel? Seeing none, thank you so much for bringing this to our committee.
Sure, thank you.
And I would like now to call Garrett Triweiler, sorry, from Waste Management. Good afternoon and welcome to Environment and Agriculture. Please put your mic on. There you go.
That good?
That's
Sorry.
it.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're live.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Garrett Truderweiler. I'm Director of Public Affairs for Waste Management. Waste Management is the leading provider of environmental services in North America. In New Hampshire, we operate the Turnkey Recycling Environmental Enterprise in Rochester. We have 4 transfer stations, a recycling facility, and 200 waste and recycling collection trucks that operate throughout the state. So issues like this, we certainly get very involved when there's issues that will impact the industry. I'm very happy to be here in support today of House Bill 1386. As has been discussed, lithium-ion batteries are a form of rechargeable batteries that can be bought individually or also contained in quite a few electronic devices, all the way up to, as well as up to cars. When disposed of improperly, these batteries can be very problematic for waste transfer stations and recycling facilities mostly. In fact, EPA determined that most lithium-ion batteries on the market are likely to be hazardous wastes when they are disposed of because they can catch fire or explode if not handled carefully. And to that point, several of our facilities in New Hampshire have faced impacts from improper handling of these batteries. In 2023, we experienced fires at our Rochester recycling facility, one that almost destroyed the entire building. And we had 2 fires at our Auburn transfer station that year as well. Several years ago, a fire at our Laconia transfer station completely destroyed the building, requiring it to be out of service for quite a while and cost upwards of $100,000 to repair. This is only literally a few examples. I cover the New England and New York area, and we were having issues all throughout, not just our region, but all throughout the country. Our industry trade association, the National Waste and Recycling Association, recently released a report that estimates that more than 5,000 fires annually just in recycling facilities alone. They didn't even study transfer stations, which is also a major problem. NWRA did submit testimony via your online system, so you should have their testimony as well as a copy of that report, which has a lot of other really detailed information about the costs, not just to the facilities, not just to the facility operators, but in fire departments and the like, and certainly in insurance. And I would also note that it's anticipated that the use of these types of batteries is only going to increase very greatly over the next 5-10 years. So unless things like these bills are passed, these issues are going to continue. I would also just like to quickly mention, we did get a copy of the amendment, and I do think a real critical component of this is the educational aspect. The ban is great. I think it helps have that conversation with folks, but also knowing where these batteries exist are also very important. I would liken it a little bit to the effort that was undertaken over a number of years on mercury-containing products. especially in areas where waste to energy is prevalent. So I think it can be done. It's just going to take some time, and I think we all should work together. So happy to support the legislation and can take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and taking my question.
Of course.
Right now, there is no legislation banning lithium batteries, but as you privately own landfills, can't you ban them yourselves?
Well, we do work with our customers, so we do try to educate our customers to that point. I think having a ban helps that messaging a bit, because then there's, some potential, like we said, maybe some enforcement action on that. So there's nothing preventing us from educating our customers, which we will continue to do. We also are only one player here, so I think all companies, I think we are doing that. I mean, we absolutely, if you go on our website, we do have plenty of information about how to recycle properly, not just on lithium-ion batteries, but a whole host of issues. So the answer is we can do that, and we will continue to do that. I do think having this law would help that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much
Thanks
for coming
giving me the
today.
time. Appreciate it.
I'd like to call Reagan Bissonnette from Northeast Research Recovery Association. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have copies of my testimony if you'd like me to.
Sure,
Pass
just
those around.
pass them around. Appreciate it.
So my name,
And before you start, I'm
Yes.
just going to let the committee know I will be leaving shortly because I have to introduce a bill of mine in another committee, and I will leave you in the very capable hands of Representative Creighton. So thank you.
my name is Reagan Bissonnette. I'm the Executive Director of the Northeast Resource Recovery Association. We are a nonprofit that works with about 90% of the communities here in New Hampshire to help them manage their own recycling programs. Organization doesn't take a position on this bill simply because we don't engage in lobbying, but I am here to just share some information about our members' experience with lithium-ion batteries and electronics recycling. One thing I'd like to mention is that this bill is consistent with one of the action items in the New Hampshire Solid Waste Management Plan. The Department of Environmental Services issued its most recent solid waste management plan in October of 2022. And that plan identifies ways to reduce waste being disposed of in the state and also improve waste reduction and recycling. And there is a specific action 2.10 that encourages the exploration of legislation to establish waste disposal bans for items, including rechargeable batteries. You already heard about some of the reasons why lithium-ion batteries are dangerous and costly for facilities. We as an organization are certainly hearing more and more from our member communities about fires that they're experiencing at their transfer stations. And I'd like to provide just a few examples that have come up in recent years. So in June of 2020, the city of Keene transfer station had a fire. They suspected it was caused by something improperly disposed of, certainly could have been a lithium-ion battery. But in many cases, it's difficult to ultimately determine what causes these fires. But in that case, a firefighter experienced a back injury from that fire. There was considerable damage to their transfer station that had to be repaired. Nearby in Portland, Maine, in January 2021, the recycling nonprofit EcoMaine had a lithium-ion battery fire at their facility. Fortunately, they were able to resume operations the next day. I think you'll be hearing from the town of Lee and a lithium-ion battery that they had in May of 2022. In May of 2023, Bartlett, New Hampshire had a fire at their transfer station caused by an electric bike battery. And they were able to quickly contain that fire with no injuries. And then one more example, in August of 2023, over in our neighboring Vermont, Alva Waste Service had a fire at their transfer station that they thought was most likely from a lithium-ion battery. And one thing I wanted to point out is that these batteries don't typically just sort of spontaneously combust on their own. The real issue is when they're not properly recycled and they end up in the trash, and you've got heavy equipment that is moving trash or driving over material, and it's when those batteries get punctured that then they can cause a fire. So some of the questions that came up from the committee, one was how aware people are of this issue. I would say that they're certainly not aware enough. I mean, we're seeing more and more of these fires. We're certainly seeing more and more rechargeable lithium-ion batteries being used in electronics and other devices. And so it's really important that we do whatever can be done to increase public awareness. And on that note, I did want to share that one of the things that is currently happening with batteries and other electronics right now is that there are a number of options for communities to properly recycle those materials. So the Northeast Resource Recovery Association works with a variety of different recycling companies in New Hampshire and New England, and that includes working with a number of electronics recycling companies that also can accept batteries from communities in New Hampshire. So there are options and outlets for properly managing that material. Typically that's handled at the municipal level, where residents can often bring their batteries or their electronics to their local transfer station, and then the transfer station can properly send that material to get recycled. Our organization also provides a lot of educational material geared towards both municipal transfer station staff and residents. We have a batteries recycling toolkit on our website, and one of the things it includes is a poster that communities can download and print for free that explains how to properly manage and recycle different types of batteries, and that's been pretty popular. And certainly if this law gets passed, our organization would be very happy to work with the Department of Environmental Services to help provide any support of developing any additional signage or other materials that might be useful to post at transfer stations or share with residents. For example, we're actually working right now with a nonprofit called New Hampshire the Beautiful, and they provide free facility recycling signage for transfer stations in New Hampshire. And we're actually working with them right now on reviewing and modernizing a lot of the signage that they offer for municipalities. So certainly updated signage regarding waste bans, including a ban on lithium-ion batteries, is something that we would be happy to assist with. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for taking my question. So in talking about the varying size of lithium batteries and lithium-ion batteries, they can go from being as small as something like a coin or a button battery all the way to car. So in which case, do you see there being a lot of consumer and education that needs to happen to say that, yes, these small button coin things also go into this sort of conversation? Or
I mean, ideally, yes. Ideally, we'd have a nationwide consumer education campaign around this because of the dangers of these rechargeable batteries. And as you said, they can vary from very, very small. I mean, often even if a consumer wants to properly manage these, it can be difficult. For example, if you've got shoes, little kids' shoes that have lights in them, or toys, sometimes you can't even get them. Oh, there's no way to open them to get to the rechargeable battery inside. So it can be increasingly difficult for residents. It's confusing. So the more education, the better on this issue.
Yes, ma'am, I do have a question in terms of scope. And so you talked about the transfer stations having this capability to recycle lithium batteries. What's your assessment on, do 100% of transport stations have that? 50%? Or where are we at with that, even at the town level?
I don't have an exact number on that, but what I would say is I know it's not 100% of municipal transfer stations that accept electronics and batteries, but I would say it's certainly more than 50%. It's very common that towns offer that as a service to their residents.
And how many recycling facilities do you have in the state? So how easy is it for the transfer station then to move that on to an appropriate recycling
Yep.
point?
So at least for the transfer stations that are working with our organization, one of the things we do is we make it as easy as possible to manage those logistics of getting material to the ultimate recycling company. I can think of 3 or 4 different companies that we work with that are based in New Hampshire that do battery and electronics recycling. One specific example is Universal Recycling Technologies has a large facility in Dover where they actually manage a lot of electronics and do some recycling right there at the facility. So we do have options within the state.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby.
So are lithium batteries one of the items that a transfer station can sell at a profit or to the company that's taking them, or is this one that costs to get rid of?
It's currently typically at a cost. So one of the challenges for communities is, say if a municipality had a very large quantity of lithium ion batteries, maybe if they had enough of that material, there could be an outlet where they actually could get paid a bit of money for that. But when you take into account relatively small amounts, the necessity to be trucking this material somewhere and the haul fees associated with that, communities are typically having to pay to dispose of those materials properly. And so in some cases, they might charge a fee to residents. And I believe also someone from the town of Lee can speak a little bit more to that situation.
Follow up,
please.
So is the amount is that fee amount? And there are some things that will cost a certain amount to dispose of, but that amount would be lower than the amount of a tipping fee. Is that would lithium ion batteries fall into this is cheaper than a tipping fee, or this is more expensive than a tipping fee? Or are they just so light that it's sort of hard to calculate?
They're typically so small that it is sort of negligible, unless you're dealing with the car batteries.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To that end, for the larger batteries, there are dealerships that oftentimes will do recovery of those types of very large batteries themselves. Do you see this? Do you see the opportunity for more of those types of recapture opportunities happening even outside of just transfer stations?
Well, certainly I think transfer stations would be happy if the batteries were going somewhere else. So if a car dealership will take back electric batteries from cars, that's certainly preferable. There's currently not as many outlets for recycling that material, so they're a bit more difficult for transfer stations to manage. I would say in terms of, you're getting into sort of extended producer responsibility. If there was some requirement to make the producers, the manufacturers of these materials actually ensure that they can be responsibly recycled in a financially viable way, that's certainly one option to deal with the problem.
Any further questions? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Mr. Steve, I believe this is Butler. Is that correct, or am I? What? Go ahead.
My last name's Bullock.
Can you spell, please?
Bullek.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm from the town of Lee. I'm the Public Works Director. We had a fire in our facility in May of a couple of years ago. We are in support of this bill. I'd say if 100 batteries come into the facility, we might recycle 50 of them. We pull them out of the waste stream all the time and then bring them up. We've had numerous close calls. But yeah, I'm in support of the bill. I mainly came in case you had questions.
Representative Potenza.
The batteries that you're pulling out, are they small?
Some are, a lot of them are power tool batteries, like Milwaukee batteries, old DeWalt batteries.
Oh, so
That's-
like the ones that attach to the power
That's
tool?
90% of what we do. The fire at our facility was actually started by a laptop computer battery. Someone got a new battery, threw the old one out, and it still had a charge in it. And the machine pinched it, and it arced out on the bucket and caused a fire. I'd say from when it started smoking to when the bucket was completely engulfed in flames was 30 seconds. So it happens fast.
Follow up.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say the greatest problem that we have is education in the public for not realizing to the
Yeah, I mean, so they go all the way down to greeting cards. You have a greeting card you open up and it plays music or lights up. That's a lithium battery. That's
Oh my gosh, I forgot about those. Oh my gosh.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I appreciate you being here today because I think this is an important conversation that we are having. I think the previous speaker mentioned those items that have stuff embedded in them that are coins or button batteries.
Yes.
What do you see as far as getting those types of things out of the waste stream? How is that possible? Or do you?
just education and pictures.
Okay.
Because a lot of people don't think of it.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Potenza, one more.
Sorry.
For you, the world.
So, so you said just, of course, getting them out would be, there's an education piece, but what would people, that's something that is not like a traditional, like the greeting card, right? That's not a traditional, recyclable piece. Like, what would people do with them then?
So what we would do if we find them in the mixed paper bin is we take them out, take the battery out, and then recycle it like we would all the other stuff. So you just have to take it apart.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you, sir. Really appreciate your testimony. I'd like to call Brian Allard, please.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Brian Allard. I'm the Assistant Director with the New Hampshire State Fire Marshal's Office. Marshal Toomey apologizes he couldn't be here today. He did submit written testimony ahead of time, and I'll just read through that for you. So lithium-ion fires are certainly a growing concern across our country. The use of lithium-ion batteries increases year over year. A particular concern is the speed and fire growth. And the excessive amount of heat that is released from those fires and in the intensity of those fires. Lithium-ion batteries can experience thermal runaway, which can result in overheating, flaming, and in some cases, explosion of the batteries. Significant work is underway to study these types of issues. Back in November of 2023, there was a national campaign, Charge of Battery Safe campaign. So that the charge stands for Choose Certified Products, Handle Lithium-ion Battery Powered Devices with Care, Always Stay Alert and warning signs, Recycle devices and batteries properly, Get out if there is a fire, and finally educate others on the best practice, which is the message that we're hearing today from the others who have testified. So we certainly support this bill and the proper recycling of these batteries. And I'm here for any questions if you have any.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. And I'd like to call Michael Nork. Nork. Okay. Please, thank you. Please turn on your microphone.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for allowing the opportunity to testify on HB 1386. For the record, my name is Michael Nork. I am representing the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Solid Waste Management Bureau. This bill, as I can't really add much to the comments that were already provided by other folks that testified previously, other than to say, you know, this is an important issue, recycling and proper management of lithium-ion batteries. and as well as proper management of electronic devices, to the extent that, proper management of these items reduces toxicity of the waste stream, and increases safety at solid waste management facilities, and also supports the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, the solid waste management plan that we have developed, as was noted by Ms. Bissonette from NRRA. With that being said, we do support the intent of this bill. We cannot take a position on this specific bill, but we do recognize that proper management of these batteries is of particular importance for safety and for all the reasons that were noted previously. I'm just going to address a couple questions that I noticed the committee already brought up. I believe it was Representative Bixby had asked about enforcement provisions. I'll just say, Representative Bixby, I am not an expert on those provisions of the statute, but I'm happy to provide you that language. I can send you a link to that if that would satisfy you.
I can probably find it online, thanks.
Okay, okay. There was also a question about what online resources exist and what DES has already produced. DES has posted a website that has a large variety of different waste types that are listed and information on proper management and recycling and disposal for homeowners, businesses, schools. And we do have a page that's devoted specifically to batteries because there's so many different types of batteries. There's so many different chemistries. And one thing that I just wanted to note for the committee, in some of the comments that have been made so far, I think there might be a little bit of confusion about lithium ion batteries versus lithium batteries. And I can understand the confusion because they both exist. Lithium batteries tend to be non-rechargeable. They tend to be like the button cell batteries or the things that are in the greeting cards. Those batteries, because they have lithium chemistry, do pose fire risk. Lithium ion batteries, on the other hand, are rechargeable batteries. So they're the kind that are, associated with power tools, laptops, cell phones, on and on and on. I mean, they're ubiquitous, and they just seem to be a growing sector of the electric devices that we use these days. I just wanted to note that for the committees, just for your edification, that this bill would ban disposal of lithium ion batteries. However, it would not, as I read it, it would not ban disposal of lithium batteries. So just to clarify that for the committee. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Beauchamp.
Boschman, thank
Boschman.
you. No problem. It's new. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So my first question, I think I share it, is why aren't lithium batteries a part of it? Or would we want to add that? Would that fit in there? Does it make sense to include that is what I'm asking.
That's not something I think the department had considered prior to me just being here and realizing that there was some, in the conversation, there was some confusion between these different types of batteries. That is something that I think the committee could consider. It's not something that I had previously thought of.
Follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So you would say there is a benefit to it then?
I would say that lithium batteries pose a fire risk the same that lithium ion batteries do, but they're smaller, so they're not as, they don't tend to be the offenders necessarily in terms of causing fires, but they do, if you have enough of them, you could potentially.
I think the question is, they shouldn't be put in the solid waste stream, correct? Regular lithium batteries.
I think best management practice, you're correct, would be to separately manage them so they're not mixed in with other refuse and going into disposal at landfills or incinerators.
Follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you get the bill in front of you, it says it has lithium on it, and then it has dash, and that's ion. So that could be taken as both, couldn't it?
I think in terms of how, I'm sorry, was that a question for me?
Yeah.
Sorry. I think in terms of how the terminology is used in the industry, lithium ion is a specific battery chemistry.
Yeah, so you'd have to add lithium as a line item on here.
To clarify, yeah, if you wanted to clarify to cover those other types of lithium batteries, yes.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So there's the possibility that, perhaps an amendment might be entertained that would allow us to distinguish between these two and include both of them in a ban. But I would also imagine that this is something that should be worked into the educational material, right? Because if you're talking about lithium batteries in greeting cards, for example, even though that is not a lithium ion battery, which is explicitly covered by this legislation, I would think it should certainly be in educational material that is provided to encourage people to remove lithium batteries, whenever they can before disposing of the packaging.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I just want to add that education around batteries it can be super confusing for the public because you may have a button battery that looks the same as another button battery, but they both have very different chemistries. So it's just very confusing to really to know what you're dealing with. And so education is always going to be key. And that's something that I think the department can definitely continue to improve on, continue to try to disseminate information. We can work with partners like NRRA. I think there's always opportunity to improve our educational resources.
Thank you.
So I have a question that this all makes sense to me. Listening to the testimony, understanding the environmental impacts, the safety, fire impacts. Why would we not approve this? I mean, there might be a cost to some towns that aren't doing it today they should be. Outside of that, why would we not do this?
That's a great question. I'm not really prepared to speak to that. I guess, yeah.
Okay.
It's an important safety issue. That's one thing I can say.
Cool. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Has the department ever considered, because most of these things, like you put it on a website, you put signage, of course, at a, at the dump or at a transfer station or something like that. So why not like something that's more publicly visible? Has the department ever thought of doing education campaigns like they do on other health related things like billboards and stuff like that? Because that's what people see you're driving. Like I think, yeah, I don't know. It's very active that someone has to see a sign or go onto a website, and it's just not common. That's not what everybody's going to do when they are bringing their trash to the dump or having it picked up at their house.
Yeah, that's a great point, Representative Potenza. I think the more visible you can make it, the more audience you can reach. I will note that the department has recently developed a new section, the section that I head up, which is materials management, education, and planning, related to managing waste in more preferable means by recycling or diverting it. That being said, we don't have a lot of resources available to do things like posting billboards or doing radio campaigns. I think there is potential value in that. But at this time, we don't necessarily have the resources to really pursue those avenues.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony. Lastly, I'd like to invite Nate Grays, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grays for the Municipal Association. We support the bill. We support the amendment submitted by Representative Ebel, and we would also support any amendment to include lithium batteries or any other batteries that may cause a fire. I will not repeat the lengthy testimony you've already heard today. I just want to be very clear that given the fire risks associated with these types of batteries, and all of the sources from industry that I've heard from concur that the vast majority of fires that they can trace the origin to are caused by these type of batteries. The cost associated with dealing with the aftermath of that far exceeds the cost of disposal. Obviously, replacing buildings, replacing equipment for firefighters, all of that is very expensive. It is much cheaper to properly dispose of these than it is to deal with the aftermath of a fire. With that said, I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Questions?
Thank
All
you.
right, sir. Thank you so much. What's that? Yeah. Is there anyone else that we missed on the pink part on this? Okay, so we have 61 in favor online, 0 opposed with 1 neutral. And on the blue sheet, we have 3 in favor of the bill. And with that, I will close the hearing on HB 1386. And I'll open the hearing on HB 1376 relative to prohibiting certain packaging from carrying the recycle logo. And I'd like to call, oh, okay, good. And you're introducing the bill, sir? Beautiful, thank you. Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, E&A Committee. It's nice to be back here in front of the E&A Committee. I started out here a couple years ago. I see some familiar faces. For the record, my name is Tony Kaplan. I'm a representative from Merrimack 8, the towns of Henniker, Bradford, and Warner. And I'm here to speak on HB 1376. HB 1376 intends to make it unlawful to market plastic containers or bottles in our state as recyclable using the recycling logo. At issue is the use of the logo along with the resin number of different types of plastics. According to the final report of the Committee to Study Recycling Streams and Solid Waste Management in New Hampshire, consumers are often confused by all of the resin numbers and variations in form that affect what can and cannot be recycled in their community. The placement of the recycling logo does not accurately represent recyclability, as many plastics do not have end markets and are not financially viable to recycle. In fact, only 5% of plastics are recycled in the U.S., a proportion that has been declining since 2018 when China announced it would no longer accept plastic waste from Western countries. According to the Federal Trade Commission's Green Guide to Marketing, issued to ensure that claims made about environmental attributes of products are truthful and non-deceptive, quote, "It is deceptive to misrepresent directly or by implication that a product or package is recyclable. A product or package should not be marketed as recyclable unless it can be collected, separated, or otherwise recovered from the waste stream through an established recycling program." In other words, it's not enough that a product theoretically is able to be recycled in ideal conditions. There have to be established programs for recycling. So HB 1376 states that a person shall not manufacture or distribute a plastic container or plastic bottle with a chasing arrow symbol or label stating that the plastic consumer good is recyclable unless the recycling rate for that good or packaging is 75%. American households produce around 51 million tons of plastic waste a year, more than any other country. Much of that is either dumped in landfills or incinerated, often ending up in the ocean. Plastics already contaminate the entire planet. People consume microplastics via food and water, as well as by breathing them in, and the particles have been found in people's blood and breast milk all around the world. According to a 2019 study, Americans consider recycling to be more confusing than understanding their taxes. More than 2/3 of us incorrectly believe that any plastic item with a recycling symbol can be recycled. How much plastic is recycled in New Hampshire? According to the 2021 Solid Waste Report, DES calculates a statewide recycling rate overall of 26%, based on data provided by the municipalities. In the report, DES states that, quote, "Going forward, New Hampshire DES hopes to be able to collect better data to produce more comprehensive estimates for recycling and diversion." So I'm hoping that this legislation on deceptive recycling claims would be a spur to collecting such data. My brief comment on the fiscal note attached to HB 1376 is, if municipal data is enough to estimate a statewide recycling rate, then DES needs to explain why collection of municipal data on plastic recycling compared to data on the composition of municipal waste going to landfills and incinerators would not be enough to produce a plastic recycling rate for the various types of plastic in the state. Why do we need itemized recycling rates for every product, which is the assumption the fiscal note seems to be based on? So I'm hoping somebody from the DS will be up here after me and somebody gets to ask that question. My guess is we're probably below the national average for plastic recycling of 5%. Given that we recycle overall below the national average of 32%, we're at 26%. In which case, the recycling logo would be deceptive on all types of plastic in New Hampshire, 1 through 7. Would this legislation kill off recycling efforts by demanding the removal of the recycling logo? Not at all. Manufacturers would still be able to make realistic claims of recyclability, such as a label saying, for instance, this product may be recyclable. Check with your municipal or state solid waste authority. In summary, all the bill is asking is to protect New Hampshire consumers from fraudulent and deceptive marketing. This bill is intended to give consumers in New Hampshire a clear idea of what they're purchasing when they buy plastic bottles or containers, and to stop the misleading use of a logo that benefits the bottom line of the plastic industry at the expense of our citizens and environment, public health, and the viability of our waste management system. So I'll try to answer any questions if you have any.
Oh my gosh, everyone. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Kaplan, for your testimony, for taking my question. I'm going to use an analogy that I think my Republican friends will particularly like. President Reagan saying, trust but verify. Isn't this effectively what we're talking about? We trust that if they're going to stamp this logo on this material, that they are being truthful, but we also need to be able to verify the truthfulness of these claims. And we talk a lot about the importance of education for the consumer in diverting waste, and having these kinds of emblems on the material is an important part of that. So isn't that really ultimately what we're asking for here, right? Is that if somebody is going to make these assertions to the public through these brands, that we have the ability to verify the truthfulness of the claim.
Absolutely. That is basically the essence of the bill is you can't make claims about the environmental attributes of a product if those claims aren't true. And then, obviously the corollary to that is, are they true or not? And as I said, my guess is that they're not true in New Hampshire. And so that is basically false advertising. And it not only hurts the consumer, but it hurts the environment. And it hurts the viability of our waste management system because of the amount of plastic. It allows people to continue to use and consume a product because they're believing that it has attributes that it doesn't.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you envision something that would replace this, that would delineate? In other words, if my town is willing to accept at the transfer station 1s, 2s, and 5s, but the waste management company that picks up trash complex only takes 1s and 2s,
right?
How is the consumer looking at products going to determine what that product has in place of the chasing arrows?
Well, right. I mean, that's the question is, I mean, I'm not trying to stop, recycling. Obviously, I'm in favor of recycling. So what does the consumer want to do with the, this plethora of products out there? Right now, they all have the same label, which is they're recyclable. And so, my suggestion is that maybe we replace that logo with something that's a little bit truer, such as maybe this product may be recyclable. Check with your local authorities. In other words, they can not just assume it's recyclable, they go and find out if it is or not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
I love the idea of this bill, but the practical nature of it is where I struggle, right? Because I think I've been saying this forever. I used to, it depends on where you live and what they accept. If, one town accepts 1, 2, and 3, and the other one only accepts, 5, 6, and 7, because all of these products are made through big, huge corporations mainly. And so those things that are getting stamped or molded in, there would be no way that we could police this though. Like,
Well, I mean, actually, the bill does enable, I mean, by having something in statute, it would enable theoretically our Attorney General to take a company to court for false advertising. I mean, will the Attorney General do that? I don't know. That's I don't have a crystal ball, but this is just basically an enabling statute to say, hey, we can go after people who are misleading our constituents. And, basically what I'm hoping is that this sends a signal to maybe along with other states. I don't know if other states are considering similar legislation, but it would definitely send a signal to people that you may want to think about doing something other than putting a false logo on your product.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I waited until you were on your.
Well, because Representative Potenza sort of asked my question, which was,
Okay.
in this committee, we think about how labeling just in our state contradicts federal labeling or labeling from other states and how
Right.
that's actually workable. I wonder if you have talked to anyone, and I don't even know who it would be in the state, as to, having labeling requirements that are different from surrounding states or even from the entire country.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. That's a legal question. I am not prepared to answer that question. I think this enables our Attorney General to go after companies within our court system, within the local superior court. That is a court case that a company, no matter where they're based, would have to reply to. So,
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, and welcome back to the committee. It's nice to see you. I guess to that end, with my colleagues sharing the same sentiments, this is also an internationally recognized symbol. Whether or not I agree with you, it's frustrating sometimes, and I hear from constituents as a parent with kid products and various other things. I'm constantly frustrated by what is actually recyclable and what is not. So I do worry a little bit about sort of that same concept that we're all sharing to that end. But I would also be curious to hear, like, what else would we do then if we have such a widely recognized symbol? What would the solution be?
well, I mean, I think that's the problem, is that it's so ubiquitous and so widely recognized and so misleading that it's a problem. So that would be my suggestion, is to, say you cannot continue to use this logo, that it gives a false impression of what, what people can do with this product, because it really is practically not recyclable. And so why should we allow an industry to continue to label something that's not true?
And Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so there's a range of what is recyclable and what isn't recyclable that kind of goes from 1 to 7, but not in a exact order of decreasing recyclability. But if you have a bottle that says number 1 on it, then if that bottle gets to the recycling plant, it's going to be pretty close to 100% recyclable. If you get that number 7 to recycling plant, probably not so much. But it depends on so many things about the context. I'm not quite sure how you divide that up. And also, if we didn't have those numbers, how would we be, as people who source separate, be able to say what do I throw into the bin that at the transfer station that my community will get money for, and what should just go into the trash?
Right. Well, that's up to every community. Every community has different markets that they have access to. So, I mean, in my town, we were recycling all sorts of plastic up until a few years ago. Now we just take number 1 and 2, and there was a transition there where the people at the transfer station had a hard time telling people, hey, you can't recycle these anymore. Take back your yogurt containers. That we're not recycling those. So, I mean, it is confusing. As to the number, yeah, the statute states that it has to have a 75% recycling rate, and that's a statewide rate. So it's not in your town or in my town. It's overall in the state. Is it reaching a 75% threshold? And I think that's a fair threshold to be able to say something is actually recyclable, as if 75% of those products are getting recycled. I don't think you have to do it product by product, though. I think you can do it number one, number two, the 1 through 7. So if you have 80% of number ones are being recycled, then that is a product that can have the logo on it. But number 5, there's only 8% of those are getting recycled. They cannot have the recycling logo on it.
Representative Compton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is very simple. Can I have that copy of your testimony, please?
I'd be happy to share that with you, Representative. Yeah, I'll email it to you. I'll email it to the committee.
And Representative Potenza.
So I think it's been several years now, but I remember if you buy a, let's say it's a box of, or that's enclosed in plastic and it's usually number 7, like let's say if it's pre-prepared goods, cupcakes or whatever, and that's 7, those are never recyclable. So, and they have that symbol, I get it. Wouldn't it be better to do more of an education campaign with people so it's on a user end and maybe they're not purchasing things that are in those plastic containers versus, because I just don't know how you could implement this just because all of that stuff is coming, really without our control.
Yeah, I am not going to deny that I'm never going to stand against any kind of educational effort. I don't think you can wait, is this better or worse? I'm an all of the above kind of person, if you're trying to attack a problem and throw everything you can at it. That's the nature of this bill, really. I mean, I don't think this is going to solve the plastic pollution problem single-handedly, but it's just another way to attack the problem.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you. So I have this aggravation in my life, okay, where I buy a lot of bird seed from the Nashua Farmers Exchange, and all of them have a number 5 recyclable on them. So the big the big bags. So I went to recycle them. Of course, they don't take those in Nashua. So I called the company and said, great, you've got this recycling label on it. Where do I recycle it? So they said, oh, well, in New Hampshire, you go to Goffstown because the Goffstown transfer station will take them. So I called the Goffstown transfer station and they say, we don't have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. So I went back to customer service and I said, okay, there's no place that I can recycle them. Why do you tell me that I can recycle them? And of course, the answer. No, dead silence. Okay, I never got a response from them. So I'm saving all my bags and I'm going to put them in a box and I'm going to mail them back to the company because that really, really makes me quite upset. But the question is would this bill, or do we have a way of handling that? Because in my opinion, that's pretty deliberate. That's pretty deliberate fraud. So would this bill enhance my ability to report them to the Attorney General's office and maybe have them do something about it?
I would think so, Representative Dutzy. I mean, this bill would strengthen your case because, from the get-go, they have a false label on their product that tells you that it's recyclable, and you went through all these hoops. I mean, obviously, their customer service is in line with that fraudulent, misleading claim, and they're just repeating that. But yeah, I mean, this would enable you in statute to say, hey, this is false advertising, and we should be doing something about it.
Any further questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess my question to you then would be, if an item like was just recently described wasn't recoverable, wasn't recapturable, and technically then not recyclable by default, should there not be something else in place, like an EPR entity, that would encourage manufacturers to ensure that the products are in some way on the back end recoverable, recyclable, and not landfill?
Yeah, I mean, we know we have the
sorry.
sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, there is the hierarchy, right? Reduce, reuse, recycle. This bill is aimed at reducing the use. So is EPR. Unfortunately, I heard that bill went down. I don't know if it was in this committee this morning, but so that's no longer an option. I mean, would I be in favor of this over EPR? No, obviously not. EPR is a very comprehensive set of standards for industry to rethink their entire packaging and the entire way they do business. But this is a little bit more focused. It's just saying, hey, we have laws that protect consumers against fraudulent advertising. This is clearly a case that is misleading and fraudulent. And will New Hampshire choose to do something about it? I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe the Attorney General will just sit on it until enough people complain. Maybe they'll join with other states and take a case against some company as an example. I don't know, but I just think that it's clear that we need something in statute that protects people from fraudulent behavior.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. Do we have products that have the chasing arrows and no numbers?
That's a good question. I don't think I've ever seen that, but I'm not going to
So
answer that really. I don't
doesn't
know.
that mean that the consumer needs to be following the number rather than the chasing arrows?
Well, I mean, I think the whole system is so complicated. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, maybe that's what the consumer ought to be. Obviously, yeah, the numbers are as important as the chasing arrow symbol. But do consumers understand all those different distinctions? I don't know.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, I do want to just make one mention while we're here. We do have a commitment from this committee to further, through an ad hoc committee, to address EPR.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Thank you, Representative. Yep.
All right. Representative, thank you so much for your testimony and
Thank you.
introducing the bill. I'd like to call Michael Nort from DES, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Nork with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. While this bill seems well-intentioned and while the department certainly supports efforts to increase recycling of plastics, we do oppose this bill because of the resources that would be implied for implementation. It would be problematic from a resource standpoint. At the heart of this bill, it's about regulating the consumer marketplace, which is it's a area that DES doesn't currently have any resources devoted to. So in order to actually implement this bill, it would require probably pretty significant boost of resources to the work that we do, because there's a myriad of consumer products that would be subject to this bill, probably thousands of different types of products that have that recycling symbol stamped on them. Everything from, yogurt containers, cups, and milk jugs, water bottles, things that we can't even think of right now. There's just so many different things, and it changes all the time. And we all go grocery shopping, and we all see the different packaging. So I think just to address one of the comments that was brought up by Representative Kaplan in his introduction to the bill, why would DES need to assess this product by product? Because ultimately, in order to enforce this and implement this effectively, it would come down to assessing individual products. Because if a product is sold that has a stamp on it and does not meet the prescribed threshold for recycling within the state, the DES, and with the cooperation of the Attorney General's office, would have to pursue enforcement. So it would be ultimately implementation would come down to product by product. The other question that I think Representative Kaplan had was why couldn't DES just assess, how many plastic bottles, number one plastic bottles versus number two plastic bottles are recycled statewide. Currently, I mean, while it would be nice to have this information, currently DES doesn't get that information on a specific material by material type. We get information from solid waste facilities like town transfer stations. They submit their annual facility report to us, and they report an aggregate number for how much they've recycled within the year. That covers all different types of materials, so plastics, paper, cardboard, metal, metal cans and things like that. So right now, we don't have the information to really even say like what's the recycling rate for number one PET or HDPE or polypropylene. So in order to implement this bill, it would take not only additional staff at the department, but probably also hiring some sort of consulting firm to conduct a market analysis on a periodic basis to really be able to implement this effectively. Because as I noted, the market changes periodically. So if we did a market analysis, after this bill becomes effective, it's not to say that that would be up to date 5 years down the road. So that market analysis would have to be conducted on a periodic basis to really make sure that products being sold within the New Hampshire consumer marketplace are adhering to the requirements. It would also be necessary for DES to collect more information about what is the specific recycling rate of those individual products and containers. So I think while the bill is certainly well-intentioned and it's at the heart of it, it's really trying to educate consumers about what is and isn't recyclable and create awareness through labeling efforts. It's just not clear that the resources necessary to implement it would be best use of limited state resources. The other thing I just wanted to mention is there's a effort within the packaging industry right now. It's a voluntary labeling effort called How to Recycle. Many of you, if you're paying attention and trying to figure out how to recycle items, you may have seen this. It's a how the number 2 recycle, and then it'll often have little explanatory labels on there saying, if it's got a multi-layer pouch or something like that, it says do not recycle, dispose of in trash, versus the cardboard container that the pouch comes in, that is something you can recycle. So there is an effort on a voluntary basis that consumer brands are trying to participate in this how to recycle effort to create more consumer awareness around what is and isn't recyclable in the products that they distribute. But I'll say, as somebody who's passionate about recycling and is, obviously also a consumer, it is frustrating at times when you buy products and it's not something that you can readily recycle. There's definitely a lot of complicating factors in this area. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
I just wanted to make a statement for the record because it happens a lot in this committee. This letter.
It's a question time.
Okay.
Statements are made in deliberation. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I have a question about, so if the numbers were removed from the packages, wouldn't that make it even harder to track how much of what was being recycled?
That's probably true. I think, especially from the consumer standpoint, it would create more confusion around what to do with the item, because if there's no number, like resin code on it, it might create a little bit of difficulty in knowing exactly what to do with it, whether it is recyclable or not. At least the number code at least gives you some pointers to like a frame of reference. Yeah, so I think it could potentially be problematic because plastics can look alike even if they are different actual resins, like the chemistry is different, but they can look similar. You can have a clear number 1 PET, but you can also have a clear polystyrene number 6. So there's definite potential for there to be contamination if people are mixing the same kinds of resins together to be recycled. Sorry, different resins.
And Representative Potenza for a question.
So do you realize that the commissioner is appointed by the executive branch and that the agency is not allowed to take positions on anything?
I'm aware that the commissioner is appointed by the executive branch, yes.
Follow up? So
for a follow-up.
So this whole letter that's put in is great, giving us information, but did you realize that you can't say oppose or that you support a bill because of that? because it's from an agency that's positioned by the executive
Representative
branch?
Chenza, that let's discuss this afterwards. That this letter is, from my knowledge, it's a authorized letter to send in. And let's discuss afterwards.
It says it right there in the first paragraph, we oppose the bill. I'm
Right,
just
I
saying.
understand.
Okay.
And I also believe that, having read this letter for 4.5 seconds, that it is an authorized letter to put in. So we can discuss it afterwards. And Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Nort, for also taking my question. In addition to the numbers inside the Chasing Arrows logo, I also wonder what the implications might be, and if you have any insight on what the implications might be to the toters that go out to the curb that have the Chasing Arrows or any of those other types of things. Could that potentially further confuse the efforts?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Murray. That's a good point. There's a large number of plastic items that do have the recycling Chasing Arrow symbol, mostly consumer products that are, kind of quote single use and then intended to be disposed of or recycled after use. But then there's a lot of durable goods, like you mentioned, like toters, furniture, car parts. There's a large the case on this microphone or on your computer at home. There's a lot of plastic that is used in the products that we buy, and not all of them have Chasing Arrows. I believe it was Representative Kaplan that mentioned 5% of plastics is recycled worldwide. Of the plastics that we produce and put into the marketplace, only 5% is recycled. That statistic is kind of changed over time. It used to be 9%. Now they're saying 5%. One thing to keep in mind with that statistic is that it's often used in a misleading manner. It's often used to conflate those consumer goods that are intended to be recycled with all plastic items, including durable goods that are not intended to, they're intended to have a longer lifespan. But those items were produced never thinking that they were going to enter in the consumer recycling stream. So it can be a little problematic to say that only 5% of recyclables are, only 5% of plastics are recycled, because it doesn't, that's looking at the whole pie. Really, and people think that that means that only 5% of the plastics I put in my recycling bin get recycled. The fact of the matter is, most of the plastics that you put in your recycling bin get recycled, because probably 60 to 70% of the plastic stream is number ones and twos by weight. If you're just looking at the weight, the mass of plastic in the recycling stream and the consumer products that we buy. Number 5 is also probably a good 5% or so, and then all the others, 3s, 4s, 5, 6s, and 7s are a relatively small percentage, and those are the plastics that don't really have a market. So it's just important. I'm just saying, just for the committee's awareness, that of the plastics that we actually put into a recycling stream, the vast majority do get recycled. It's just the larger problem is that there's so much plastic out there that when you look at that, again, the whole pie, really, we're only recycling a small percentage of the total amount of plastics that we produce. Sorry, Representative Murray, that was kind of a tangent, but I hope that helped address
No,
your
it's
question.
appropriate. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right, sir. Thank you so much for your testimony. And what's that? Are there any other, anyone else that would like to testify this that I do not have a pin card on? Okay, and if I can get the blue sheet, that would be awesome. Thanks, sir. And there are 4 opposed to the bill on the pink sheet. On the blue sheet, pink, blue. And then online, there are 24 supporting and 4 opposed. And this concludes the hearing on HB 1376. Thank you.
Okay. So 1681. All right. And you closed out the hearing?
I did.
All right, good enough. Okay, thank you. I'm back. Here comes trouble. All right, I'm going to open up the hearing on HB 1681, which is relative to the sale of products labeled as biodegradable or compostable. And here today to introduce this bill to us is Representative Partial. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture this afternoon.
And I thank all of you for your interest in this, and I'm going to pass out a proposed amendment first thing. I'll come back and address that.
All right.
We're gonna have to address all these people that are on their cell phones when these people are testifying.
All right. This, first of all, I'd like to know for committee members, do you all have a copy of the bill 1681? No, okay. I think we may have a pile of them over there. Hold on one second. Do we have enough? This is the amended one. Oh. So we have the bill being handed out, the original bill, and also a copy of the amended bill.
A proposed amendment.
Proposed amended bill, yes, proposed amendment. So, thank you for your patience. So Representative Partial, why don't you explain to us what the bill is and what your amendment is?
Yes, I'll say first that the amendment pretty much replaces all of the language in the bill. The spirit of the language remains, however, the amendment brings us more in line with what legislation has been passed in other states and effectively has been enforced in other states. It's a more successful document, I hope, because of that. Now, mostly, the original bill and the amendment, it's a language bill. We use words like biodegradable and compostable, and even recycling. They all get lumped in together. And when we say compostable, we are talking about a particular product that we expect to break down under certain circumstances in a reasonable amount of time. As we know, plastic is not in that category. But when we go into a restaurant and then say that their serviceware is compostable, anybody can make that claim. What this bill does, it actually says, if you're going to make that claim, how are you going to back it up? It restricts that language to a certification process, which, and I will say one of the people who have helped me write the bill was the oh my goodness, BPI Laboratories. I just happened to be down in the cafeteria earlier. I got my BPI cup. I know if I toss this into our compostable materials here, it will break down under reasonable circumstances. And I think it's important for consumers to know that, to be able to look for the label, to know what is compostable. and to be able to make those choices when they make their purchases. Why is this important? We just had some wonderful landmark legislation last year addressing large manufacturers of large compostable waste stream. And I would just like to see that waste stream remain pure from non-compostable materials. And this bill will do as much. It doesn't ban the use of or sale or distribution of plastic materials. It doesn't ban the use of language such as recycling, but it does reserve the word compostable and biodegradable to a certifiable process. And while it's something which we could enforce on a federal level, I think enforcing it on the state level does make a lot more sense. We have the feet on the ground here within the state of New Hampshire to enforce this kind of legislation. And last, there's a educational aspect of the bill. As I said, I like the BPI label on this, or other laboratories as well. But there's a certain assurance that we get that when we're buying a product, that we expect it to act a certain way. So we've begun the process of requiring our large producers to compost. Now we need to help them out to ensure their compostable material stream remains free from contaminants. And this law hopefully does as much. Yes, may I open myself up to questions?
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a series of a few, so if I
Sure.
ask, okay, thank you.
You
First,
may ask questions and any necessary follow-ups.
thank you. I just wanted to be clear, it seems that there are some strike-throughs on your sponsorship, so I just wanted to make sure that we're all operating on the same premise. Can you speak to that?
Oh, I was not, I would wager that these people would still be happy to sponsor. My understanding is that when you submit a bill to be amended, all sponsorship is stripped from it.
I see. Okay.
So
thank you for that.
I just took the liberty of doing that.
Oh, thank you.
No, I don't think anybody has deserted me per se.
So just one moment, is this amendment actually gone through OLS?
It has not, because I know
Oh.
you're doing a work study next week on
Okay.
this. And I just want to make sure that it's as comprehensive to answer your questions as possible. And so I think that it would be better if we, rather than submit amendment after amendment, if we could thus address it all
Oh,
with
gotcha.
them once, in case we find other things that need
Gotcha.
repair, or whatever.
Gotcha, okay. Go ahead, Representative Murray, I'm sorry to have interrupted
No,
you.
no, that's okay. And then my other question would be, I don't see it anywhere, but it may exist in these other sort of D640, the numbers, excuse
Oh,
me.
yeah,
in
I'm sorry, there's
section
no numbers on.
339:80. Is there anything that specifically talks about contaminants such as PFAS or potential other ingredients in quote compostable materials?
No, there is not, but my understanding is that certain things like PFAS and its aligned forever chemicals would prohibit item from being labeled as certified as compostable to begin with, according to their lab. So that would be, although the bill doesn't specifically, and that RSA does not specifically mention anything about PFAS or forever chemicals, the certification process to get the compostable stamp on the serviceware would preclude any forever chemicals from being included in the lining or the like.
Okay.
Sorry, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think this follow-up might clarify Representative Murray's question a little bit. So you cite ASTM standards D6400, D6868, and D8410, and my guess is that you haven't memorized exactly what those standards require, but can you say roughly if those standards are something that the American Society for Testing and Materials have determined to compost to a a clean compost?
To a 6-month breakdown with no plastic or microplastic residue. I believe that's how it is. And it's not just the American ones. This is pretty much a world standard.
Yeah,
Our American standards are similar to the world ones, but you're absolutely correct. I have not memorized these.
I was just saying the ASTM because that's what you cited in the bill, and that's the standard that you're saying we should use. And I approve of your putting that in rather than the specific lab that would the BPI that you have in the original bill.
That was one of the changes that actually BPI suggested for the bill.
Yeah.
So.
Representative Dutsey? Oh, I'm sorry. Were you finished?
I move on and I'll.
Okay. Representative Dutsey.
Thank you. Representative Parshall, I'm a little confused about the second paragraph under section 339. So are you saying, and the reason I'm asking this is because I remember getting something in plastic and it either had the word biodegradable or compostable on it. So I put it in my compost heap and I haven't found it lately. I think it took a year, but I haven't found it lately. So I think it degraded. But so are you saying here that no plastic can be labeled biodegradable because no plastic, it really degrades? Is that what this is all about? I'm a little confused.
Yes, if we were adding plastic to our composting material, that plastic may break down into microplastic, but it will never actually degrade to the point of making that soil, making that compost a commercial product.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for fielding my question here. So it says there is a misdemeanor penalty in this bill. I'm curious who is going to jail. Is it the producer or the retailer of the falsely labeled biodegradable container, or who's going to get in trouble here?
I would suggest that the person that would get in trouble would be the person making the claim. I should also add, thank you for asking me about that.
Yeah.
I would also like to add that that's pretty much stock language under all the penalties in this 80 or sub chapters of that 339 RSA. They all refer to a guilty of a violation if a natural person. So that's stock language. What the actual penalty they would actually do, I'll be frank with you. I really don't know what the actual misdemeanor penalty would be, but I would assume it would be the person that would be making that claim if it's not certifiable.
So
I hope that answers your question.
I'd just like to point out that seeing as this is not a document that has been vetted by the Office of Legislative Services, that it's just sort of,
That's very true, yes.
so that this is just sort of your stab at initial thoughts of how the underlying bill could be changed.
Could be, should be.
And so the actual legal language that they would use is not something that's before us.
I think I'm understanding it better that it's the penalty that's in this chapter 339. I think I'm getting it more now.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Partial, for taking my question. And it's already kind of answered to an extent, but my question was going to be, isn't the language that you're suggesting already present in RSA 339, both with regard to the penalty, which is under a misdemeanor, but also with regard to, for example, 339-61, which has to do with false representation? Which is under this same chapter. So isn't this effectively a kind of a new iteration of something that already exists within that RSA with the accompanying language?
Yes, I would agree with that because it is false representation, but this is a very specific example of that type of false representation. And other than that, yes, it is stock language from not only our own RSA, but this is also, I've used model legislation in the past to draft legislation. This is pretty much, I would say, almost verbatim what has worked in 5 other states, including Maryland, Minnesota, Colorado, California, and Washington, all have similar state laws that employ this very similar language.
May I follow up?
Follow up, yeah.
Thank you. And so in addition to all of the other states, wouldn't it be fair to say that this is a reflection of a commitment based on the idea of false representation that this legislature has already endorsed?
Yes, I think it'd be a fair characterization.
Thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
So Representative Parshall, right now we have no laws regarding labeling something biodegradable or compostable, or do we? So this bill came about because there were issues with people labeling things biodegradable, but they actually weren't. And I'll just say one other thing, because I'm come from the world of ISO standards and IKO standards, and so a lot of times you'd have a seal, and it would be ISO certified or something like that. So this bill is coming about because that doesn't exist in New Hampshire.
That does not exist in New Hampshire. It exists worldwide, exists in those 5 states that I previously mentioned, and it does not exist on the federal level. Although this certification is something that people seek out, obviously. The legislation came about, I will tell you, I was sitting down with a friend of mine whose business it is to gather compost in Keene, New Hampshire. I believe our Representative Shermana uses his services. Like you put your recycling out, your trash out, you put your compost out. This young gentleman in his business come by and pick up the compost, and they see that it goes to a high temperature recycling center, which is really built perfectly to break down these kind of materials. And it came up that that was one of the problems that he was facing, was that he's not getting, sometimes he gets less than clean compostable material because there is an educational element that is somewhat lacking, and there's a legislative element that would back up that educational element. So that's kind of the genesis of this whole situation there, if that helps your thinking.
Okay, Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Could you just clarify for me, does this impact me buying compostable cups at the store, or does it also include a restaurant that is selling you food in a compostable cup?
It does not impact any of that. If you want to buy your non-recyclable plastic champagne glass from the store, this will not affect that. But if that package contains a claim that it is compostable or biodegradable, then there will be an effect on that. This does not outlaw any particular kind of serviceware.
Okay, follow.
I'd like to be very clear on that, actually. So thank you for asking.
Representative Knapp.
So if I go to a Mexican restaurant and it says, or even the Works across the street, like they have a compostable, all our cups are compostable, you put it in the compost section. Is that, are they being targeted, or is it somebody that that sells something that's packaged as biodegradable or compostable?
I would hate to think that this is targeting anybody per se.
Okay.
I would like to think
Pick
it's
a different word, but do you,
I
do you
know,
understand what I'm getting at?
I do
Like-
understand what you're saying, that, but no, this is, I see a law like this is to prevent the type of greenwashing that we sometimes witness, where, hooray for our side, we're an environmental company and we do things this way and that way. It's just protecting the consumer and making the consumer aware that certain language, that words matter, certain words do matter. And I do believe the Works, everything product that they sell is compostable, does contain the same BPI label. It's more common than I think people really know. So it would not be a big hurdle to educate people in this area. But, and I don't have a better word than target, but I just had to make clear, yeah, I know, it's okay.
Representative Bixby.
So I think perhaps what we're trying to get at here is where the point of enforcement is. And it sounds like the point of enforcement is not the consumer, nor is it the retailer, but rather the company that is packaging and making packaging and labeling something as compostable. So it would be the producer of that puts on a label that says compostable that would have to be able to back it up. Is that correct?
I think it would be hard to hold the Works, as an example, we're not getting free press here, liable when they buy a product that claims to be compostable, and they find that it isn't. But if they see their product is claiming to be compostable and they see that it does not have that code, they may have the wherewithal to say they want to see this on their product if they're going to make that claim. And I think it would be in their preview to ask any of these larger manufacturers to either have their products certified or not make that claim.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, so, but what I'm getting at is that if there's going to be an enforcement action, using the enforceability that is in that chapter,
Yes.
then the Attorney General is going to go after the company that stamps the compostable label on it that is not backed up by third-party testing, as opposed to going after any retailer that has anything to do with it.
I would hope so. I think that's where the responsibility should lie, and I would hope that would be the case.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the only thing, if you're looking for feedback, that I would say is that I think for consumers, it would be helpful if it says biodegradable, says something like meets ASTM standards, or certified by, something like that, because I think, that, one, I think, I would say it would be more enforceable because they've made the claim that they're certified and they have it on their label. And I think from a consumer's perspective, it just adds verification and validity, So I would like to see maybe that added to your amendments, some kind of enhanced labeling.
Yes. I really did not bring this as a, may I?
You may.
Well, I did not bring this as a prop. I guarantee it. But I'm looking at it right now underneath my little BPI. I know I'm not asking you to try to see this, but it says certifiable number. It has the number of how it was certified. So perhaps that would be some very good, maybe that perhaps would be one change that we want to make on here, or at least call awareness to.
Mhm. Now, Representative Partial, and we had a bill last year, year before, I don't remember anymore. They just meld into one another. Having to do with flushable wipes that claim to be flushable, but they're not. And that's kind of the same, seems to me to be the same kind of issue where you have the producer of the product making a claim on their label that is not true. I'm not sure how that gets enforced with this. I mean, we couldn't really enforce something like that on the on the flushable products without having some sort of federal labeling correction being made. So I'm kind of don't know how this fits in with that.
I wish I could have an answer for, I'll be very honest with you. I wish I could, I'm not familiar with the eventual outcome of the flushable wipes, but I see that as another case of, we're talking about greenwashing here, making a claim on a product that's not actually there. I would not expect a ton of lawsuits around this particular issue. I would really be surprised if there were. I think most consumers now are educating themselves, become very aware of the problems of compostability, and I think this would be an assurance to them that the product has indeed met a few standards. So I see that benefit coming from this. I think that you probably have to find somebody that was probably doing something very egregious in order to actually pull in any kind of enforcement standards. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but I'm saying that I think you'd really have to, I think 80% of the people who are producing these things, I think they want to do the right thing. They're not doing it for the sake of greenwashing. They want to make sure their product is compostable, and they're going to easily comply. It's the 5 to 20% that we're going to have problems with, and I really think that if we can educate the retail outlets, such as the Works, as to our need to have this certification, I think organizations like that would be very quick to jump on board and say, no, we don't want your compostable product, not unless you can get it certified compostable, I believe. But again, I will be quick to say it's speculation. I really can't say for certain.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I invite Michael Nork from NHDES to come up and speak on this bill. Sorry?
I forgot one thing I should mention, by the way.
Go right ahead.
And now that you mentioned, thank you so much. I did refer to this. This bill originally was slated for another section of the law. Michael Nork and his DES were very helpful in suggesting that we move it to another place within the law where it may be more clearly enforceable, I believe, but I believe he will speak to that. That is one other change that is made in this amendment. I just want to be very clear on that.
Yeah, I noticed that this sort of moves it into commerce territory.
Yeah.
And we're not, in this committee, not real fluent in commerce law. So
That may make it
I'm a little,
unworkable. I understand
I'm kind of a
that.
little concerned about that aspect of this amendment. But in any case, thank you
We
for
should have brought
bringing
it
that
up
up.
sooner. I apologize.
But we've got it now, yeah. Representative Partial, we need you to fill out a pink slip, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nork with New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. The written testimony that I'm handing out now was written before we became aware that Representative Partial was contemplating this amendment that he previously handed out to the committee. Just to speak to that briefly, when DES saw the original draft of this bill, we noted that it was placed in RSA 149M27, which is the section of the statute that deals with items disposed from, items banned from disposal in landfills or incinerators in New Hampshire. That section of the statute is all about items banned from disposal, but the subject matter of the bill was about distribution of products in the marketplace. So we noted that that seemed to be inconsistent with that section of the statute, which is why we communicated to Representative Partial that it seems like this is more a commerce-related bill. So his amendment doesn't necessarily change the content of the bill. It just changes its location in statute to be more in line with what the subject matter of the bill actually is. And so having said that, again, the letter that I passed around noted that DES opposed this bill, but we had written that before we were aware that this amendment was in the works. If this amendment were to be introduced after having briefly reviewed it, it looks like it would address those concerns that we had about its placement in statute, about imposing responsibilities on DES to enforce. So having said that, I think the amendment would address the concerns that the department originally had. I just want to note very generally that labeling of compostable products is something that has created a lot of confusion in the marketplace over the years. Marketers tend to use language very freely, like biodegradable or oxo-degradable or different types of terminology to imply that something will break down. Having a standard for what is actually certified as compostable would help to reduce that consumer confusion. It would provide a standard that people would be able to point to say, no, we want it to be actually certified as compostable, so that we can be assured that if it goes to a facility that can take it, that it would break down. I think just I was making notes when the committee was asking questions earlier. Somebody, I forgot who, asked about the language in the, I'm not sure, are we, Chair Aaron, are we able to talk about the language in the proposed amendment, or should we stick to the language of the actual bill as introduced?
Well, I guess we've kind of already introduced the possibility of an amendment being offered and presented to OLS for some final wording. So the idea of the proposed amendment, I think is probably okay, because we've
Okay.
already been talking about making that change. So sure.
Okay,
if
thank you. I just wanted to
wish,
clarify
sure.
if that's acceptable, because I believe somebody had raised a question about the language saying no plastic product may be labeled with the term biodegradable, degradable, decomposable, oxodegradable, or similar form of those terms. I believe that language is intended to address situations where somebody markets an item as, quote, degradable, but really that there's no standard to back that up. I think what this bill the intention here is to make sure that something is labeled as certified compostable, and that's the language that would be used. Either it meets that standard or it doesn't, and they can't use other language that could create confusion among consumers, things like biodegradable, because that is current practice in the marketplace. There are products, I was looking at, actually, of all things, garbage bags that say biodegradable. And I was very confused by that because it's going to go to a landfill where things don't really biodegrade anyway. So, there's a lot of different marketing ploys out there. And so having a standard for something that is actually certified as compostable, provided it is given the proper conditions for composting, I think, that would help reduce consumer confusion. And the standards, the ASTM standards, D6400, D6868, and 8410, those are standards used by BPI, which was previously mentioned by Representative Parshall. BPI, the Biodegradable Products Institute. They are the industry leader on providing third-party certification for products that are compostable. They're kind of the gold standard, and there was another question that one of the committee members brought up about PFAS, being the presence of PFAS. BPI has it as part of their standard for, I can back up what Representative Parshall was saying. BPI has as part of their standard that products that they certify cannot have presence of fluorine greater than 100 parts per million. So they have a standard to try to address intentional use of fluorinated compounds like PFAS. So I guess I'll leave it at that if there's any questions from the committee.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and thank you, Mr. Nork, for taking my questions. One of the things that I did have questions around was between the difference between, quote, biodegradable and compostable. And my understanding is that they are different things. And if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Yeah, so the compostable is really more specific than biodegradable or degradable, because a lot of products and materials can degrade over time because of exposure to UV or exposure to the elements. There is some decomposition that can happen where products break down, especially with plastics where they break down, but they tend to break down into pieces, like smaller pieces of plastic. So the term compostable is more specific. It really refers to something that will break down in a composting environment to the point where there's no recognizable fragments or pieces of that product left after a certain period of time after being exposed to composting conditions. This actually just reminded me that there was some comment earlier about plastic specifically and whether they could be certified as compostable. The fact of the matter is, yes, that there are plastics that can be certified as compostable and that will actually break down through thermophilic composting. And those plastics are known as polylactic acid, or PLA. So there are, like, you'll see, I think even the works might have cups that are like a clear plastic, but they are certified compostable. So those items, if they were sent to a composting facility, would break down, even though they're plastic. It's just a certain type of plastic, It's actually PLA. Just recalling from the previous hearing talking about plastics recycling, PLA is actually one of the number 7s.
Follow up, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to that end, I guess that was part of the question that I did have, was that I did notice that there was like an ASTM standard that talked about just biodegradation of plastics, and that's D5338. And so I didn't see that listed in here, and I was just curious as to whether or not there were other ASTM standards that may fall in this area that are not yet in this mixture here.
That's a good question. I am by no means an expert on all of the ASTM standards that exist. There are innumerable different standards. I believe that D6400 is a general decomposition of packaging, and that D6868 and 8410, if I recall correctly, are targeted at items made of plastic. So I think, and I believe Representative Partial said that this language was recommended by BPI to try to cover those kinds of potential scenarios where the product may be made out of plastic or maybe made out of other materials. So I believe that this is probably comprehensive. There may be other standards out there, but I don't think that BPI or other certification organizations necessarily use, I'm sorry, I don't remember the standard that you cited, but
Yeah, D5338.
okay. I can look that one up if you'd like, and I can get back to you about that.
Thank you.
I have a question first, and then you. So my question is, if we were to consider drafting an amendment for the underlying bill, similar to the proposed ideas in what we see as an quote unquote an amendment, do you think it would be helpful, useful to actually put in definitions for each one of the things that we're talking about, such as biodegradable, degradable, decompostable, oxydegradable? Do you think we should have specific definitions for those terms?
Given the way this is written currently, I think it's prohibiting use of that terminology. I don't know that it would be helpful to have a definition, and because the intent here is to say that marketers of these products shouldn't be using that terminology. They should be using some sort of label that gives authority of a certifying, like a third-party certifying organization. So I'm not sure that it would be, in my view, helpful to have definitions of those terms if those terms are not intended to be used by the marketing companies. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah. But, my point is, okay, so this is saying that plastic products can never fall into those categories. Apparently, that's
They
what it's
can't be
saying.
labeled using that terminology.
Right.
Right.
So since they can't fall into those categories, they can't be labeled as such. But I think just for intent, for the law itself, it might be worthwhile to have a definition of what those terms mean so that we do know that plastics don't fall under those terminologies.
That's the committee's prerogative, obviously.
Okay. All right.
I
Well-
don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I was just expressing my off the cuff
Okay.
kind of my impression that it probably wouldn't be necessary, but it's
Okay.
obviously your prerogative.
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so I was wondering, if we do a work session on this, in order to amend it, would it be possible for you to be available at that point, to us to, give us further advice so that we don't fall down any unseen pits or anything?
Absolutely, would be happy to coordinate with a subcommittee or the committee as a whole.
Great, thank you.
Representative Creighton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I lost you, I think. Under the amendment, it said no plastic product may be labeled. but then you talked about PLAs that were in fact compostable. And so are there exceptions to this paragraph that we should include? Or, I mean, this is not accurate then? To your statement?
I think you raise a good point, Representative Creighton, that it's confusing. I think the way to think about this is if a product is going to be marketed with the intent that it should break down for composting, that it should be labeled in a manner that says it's certified for composting, not using other terminology like biodegradable or. So the fact of the matter is there are plastics that can be composted and that could meet the certification of a third party for composting. Trying to think of a better way to explain this. Basically, there are plastics that can be composted, and then there are plastics that cannot be composted, but that may be currently in the marketplace. They may be marketed as biodegradable or using some other vague terminology that makes it sound like they are. I think the intent here is to really make sure that the labeling is consistent and that there is a standard, and that standard is set by a third party that has authority to verify that these products are able to be composted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So we're talking about compostable plastics or PLAs. Do they contain PFAS?
I don't know for certain, but I know that those items that are certified by BPI are, because of their rigorous system for certification, they make sure that the manufacturers are not intentionally adding PFAS or other fluorinated compounds to the products. So I can't say that across the board that all PLA doesn't contain PFAS, but I know that there are systems in place for the certification of those products to not to limit the possibility that could happen. There could be products out there that are not certified that may contain PFAS.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your expertise in this field. And I do not have any other pink cards for this particular bill if there's anybody else who wishes to speak.
2720.
Okay, so that we do have the blue sheet, which is one person against this bill, and we had, I'm sorry, on that was on
2720.
27
2
in,
and 0.
in 4 or against
4. 27.
27-4,
2
2 against
and 0.
0. Okay,
And ma'am, I do
neutral.
have one question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I just saw on the blue sheet. Can I see the blue sheet real quick?
Oh, that was Mr. Nork.
Yeah, Mr. North, on the blue sheet, you have opposed. But in your testimony, you said that you would be for the amendment. And so the blue sheet was for the bill, not the amendment. But just to be clear, you're for the amendment, the bill is amended with this proposed amendment.
Correct. That
Okay.
Again, I'd filled out the.
No,
things
I
that-
understand. I
yeah.
just want to make sure that I had that correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1681. We have some time between that and the next bill, which is to be heard at 3:30. So let's take a little bit of a break, go stretch your legs, and we'll see you at 3:30.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Environment and Agriculture members, please take your seats. We're about to begin our next hearing. We're already 2 minutes late. Sure. Okay. I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 1504 relative to architectural paint recycling, and here to introduce the bill is our favorite Representative Partial.
Should I just put a 10 up here, maybe, move in? Thank you. Thank you again, members of the committee. This is a bill that came about before the EPR for packaging bill, which you executed earlier today, was even in a draft form. And I think it is something which is long overdue for New Hampshire. I think that I go to my local transfer station and there is no clear mandate on how, from one transfer station to the next, on how to deal with this problem. Is this a solution? I think that it has worked effectively in other states. You know, other than that, I mean, perhaps, you know, there are a lot of unknowns in this bill. How much will it cost? You know, I mean, I think the financial note does a very good job of addressing those areas. Perhaps we need to fold legislation to this under some other aspect, which does include such things as producer responsibility organizations. The other bill did that. This bill has no provision for that. It does ask for the producers of these materials step forward. And I always think that's a very essential part of all of this. I think we do need to have the people who are helping to create our waste need to be more responsible. And I think this bill does a good deal on that. But I am sensitive to some of the bill's deficits as well, is what I'm trying to say. And with that, I hate to cut it short, but I just open up to questions.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Nab.
I just have a very basic question. Thank you. What is architectural paint?
It's the technical term
Okay.
for the paint that I just used last week to paint my living room. It's, you know, that's basically what you buy off the shelf in your local paint store.
So not paint, not latex paint, other.
Latex, oil, if you know, people still, it's, you know,
All right, thank you.
whatever.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
hold on.
Oh, Representative Bixby.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay, so I didn't do all of my homework, so could you just give a kind of brief description of how this would work?
Well, there's a stewardship program, like with the other bill that we've been looking at ad nauseum. Sorry. And there's a stewardship program attached to it. The stewardship program will have manufacturers on board of that stewardship program. They'll need to come up with end-of-life management process, including the collection, transportation, possible recycling, and processing of all this post-consumer paint. Contact information for those people who are responsible, and just goals for reducing post-consumer paint waste. A list of very valuable, a list of collection sites. Right now, in Keene, they were very, my home county, Keene was very specific as to how we were supposed to deal with this type of thing. And currently, in my currently small town, we just dump a bunch of sand in it and toss it into the dumpster. So there's a variant on how these, you know, and this removes a lot of that variance. And I think that would be a value in and of itself.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Did you know I'm supposed to call you Chairperson, Madam Chairperson? Yeah, so I'll try to start doing that.
No, it's fine. You could call me Madam Chairman.
I just want to say, I believe we have a person that's going to testify that has experience in seeing this process work out at a conference that he went to. So perhaps that might be the next step, that we could move this along. And I also understand there's a lot in here that puts responsibility onto DES. So if I hear you correctly, Representative, this probably should go to an interim study so that we can work with various stakeholders to work out the details. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm already very sensitive to the DS needs for staffing and advancing. And I think that may have came out, and perhaps I may have damaged my testimony by admitting as much, but
Yeah.
I
okay.
think maybe I would be happily suspend the floor, to give the floor to, if there's no,
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other comments? I know, thank you, Representative Partial. Appreciate it. I had asked our committee researcher to provide us with a document giving us some information about some of the past legislation that was offered for architectural paint recycling. And she had prepared that, sent a copy to all of us. So you might want to take a look and see what had been proposed in the past, what were some of the issues with it, and I think it's an interesting document that was put together. The architect. You didn't get it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, send it along. I thought you had sent it to the rest of the committee, not just me. No. All right. We're all good. Okay. In any case, I'd like to call up the Honorable Tim Josephson. Good afternoon and welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I served in this House from 2017 to 2021, and I recognize some of you, some
welcome
familiar
back.
faces. Yeah, thank you. So now I come here in my capacity. I work for the Upper Valley Lake Sunapee Regional Planning Commission. I'm here to neither testify in favor nor against this bill, but just to provide some background information as to what I've seen with architectural paint recycling. This past September, I was able to go to a conference. Well, let me backtrack here. So at the Regional Planning Commission, one of the things that I do is I run our household hazardous waste collection program. We hold 5 events a year in the Upper Valley and Lake Sunapee area. We take all of your chemicals, your oil-based paints, your batteries, all your random stuff that you can't throw in the landfill. We'll take it and we work with the hauler to dispose of it responsibly. One of the most common requests we get is, what do I do with latex paint? And right now, we tell them, throw some kitty litter in it, dry it out, and toss it in the trash. Not only is that, I mean, let alone the environmental impact of that, it's wasteful. It's really wasteful, especially when you have, that much paint left at the bottom of your can. This past September, I was able to go to the North American Hazardous Materials Management Association conference in Tempe, Arizona. And we were able to tour some facilities of their public works facilities in Tempe, Gilbert, and Mesa. And in Arizona, they have a very active paint recycling program. These cities they run it themselves at the city level, but it can be run in any manner that you wish. What they do is they just accept latex paint of all types, and they recycle it. And it's very, very simple in that they just filter it out and mix it together. And they come up with 3 colors. They have white, tan, and gray, because when you mix everything together, that's what you end up getting. I saw in in all 3 of those cities, they were able to use a lot of that paint for their own municipal buildings, especially, in Arizona, the tan comes in very handy. But they were able to use it in things like graffiti cover-up. They were able to sell it at a very low price or give it away in some cases to community groups that either needed it for a Habitat for Humanity house or something like that. So it went back into the community. And so what I just really wanted to share was, and just kind of make myself available for any questions I could answer, was just how frugal this is. It fits with our Yankee frugality here in New Hampshire. We don't like to waste things. I go to my transfer station, I see, the picket pile, and you can see what you can use and stuff. And I know some places have, maybe a little shelf with some latex paint you can get. But it's not a widespread program, and I think that just makes sense for New Hampshire to participate in this, just because of the efficacy of it. The other that's pretty much what I had to say. I'm happy to answer any questions about how I can answer the best I can how these programs work. In most states, it is under $1 for a charge for a gallon of paint, which is it's not a tax, it's not a fee. It's the responsibility that you are paying for the cleanup of the product. And I think the highest one in the nation is Vermont right now at $1.92. And I don't know if you looked at the price of a gallon of paint lately. I just painted one of my bathrooms recently, and $55 for a gallon of paint. So 94 cents on top of that is not going to break my bank. It's not going to make me say I'm not going to buy that paint. It's just a matter of fact. It's part of the responsibility I have in buying the paint and making sure that I clean it up at the end. So, that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'd love to hear a little bit more about the program. And do you see there being a cost associated with running? I know you're saying that the gallon of paint themselves cost $1.
Yep.
But are there any costs that you learned about or saw that were borne to a department in the state for running the program?
Not necessarily. Only in oversight is that it would be. So if there was any costs associated with the direct oversight of this program, but the state was not collecting the paint. The state was not, filtering it or things like that. There was just an oversight of making sure that the companies were doing what they said they were going to do. In many cases, they have a company that's contracted to kind of run the program for the whole state. In many places, it's a place called Paint Care. They work with places like, your Sherwin-Williams or Benjamin Moore they can take back all your used paint and then they pack it up and they ship it to Paint Care, and Paint Care takes care of it and handles it at wherever they have their facility. They mix it and then they get it back to whoever wants it. So.
Okay.
And the surcharge on top of the gallon of paint or the quart of paint or the 5-gallon bucket of paint, whatever you get, that goes into the fund that Paint Care uses to run the program.
Follow up. Yeah.
Can you tell me what that surcharge generally was?
That, like I said, that's the 95 cents roughly. Like I said, Vermont has the highest at around $1.92-ish. And they are one of the highest in talking to them because they are such a small state. They are just getting started with it. And so they didn't have the critical mass. Obviously, they have like half the population of us. So they don't have the critical mass of people.
Representative Bixby.
So, are the collection sites like local transfer stations and recycling centers, or is that retail stores, or how does that work?
The nice thing about this type of program is you can set it up however you like. Some states have it where you, like I said, you go to a Benjamin Moore, anywhere you buy the paint, you can also take it back. Other states have it where your local transfer station would take it back. We run hazardous waste collections, so we would incorporate that into our HHW collections in saying we also take latex paint, and then we would work with our hauler to separate that and get that to the right party.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. So you seem to be describing a structure, at least with retail establishments that we heard about earlier today with regard to batteries, where you can take them to other establishments potentially and return batteries. So it sounds similar with the paints.
Yeah, very, very similar to that. It all depends on how you want to set it up. If the paint manufacturers associate, they didn't want to take it in at their retail stores, it could be structured in the state to do it differently and to take it at, local transfer stations or, hazardous waste collections or something like that. That's another way you could do it.
So I have a question. Do you think a program like this could be run just by an entrepreneur who's interested in doing something like this as opposed to a state-run program?
And that they kind of could. The hang up ends up being is that there's no way to fund the recycling of the paint because you have to recoup some costs up front from when people buy paint. Just taking in paint and then selling it as recycled paint does not produce enough profit for them to do that. So that's why the state has to say it's okay to charge a surcharge, a fee on top of the sale of retail paint in order to pay for that program. So while it is typically run by a third party, a private business, it does require some state permissions.
I see. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you. I would like to call Michael Nork from NHDES. And before you speak, I just wanted to let committee members know that New Hampshire DES does have a page regarding how to dispose of paint. They talk about water-based paints and oil, lead-based, solvent-based paint, stains and varnishes. They have fact sheets and all other kind of information. And that is on the DES website, news and media, #blog, #paint. So with that, I'll let Michael Nork talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Again, Michael Nork with New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. DES is not taking a position on this bill, and we do understand that a paint take back program would support goals in the solid waste management plan by removing latex paint from disposal, as was described, folks drying it out and throwing it in the trash. And it would also decrease costs incurred by municipalities that have paint collection programs or regional collection programs like the one that with the Upper Valley Lake Sunapee Regional Planning Commission. So with those in mind, we understand that those would be positive outcomes of a bill like this, but we also have concerns about the resources that would be necessary to implement the bill as it's written. It's true that this would be a stewardship or an EPR kind of program, and that an organization such as Paint Care would probably be the one implementing the actual program, but DES would have oversight and administrative responsibilities as outlined in the bill, such as adopting administrative rules, reviewing and approving plans to establish the take-back program, assuring compliance by manufacturers, pursuing enforcement, evaluating efficacy of the program, reviewing annual reports, and also preparing and submitting reports to the general court. So there is some administrative duties that DES would have to undertake that we don't currently have resources to do. This bill does not make an appropriation for funding for or authorize the creation of new positions. So that's just the concern that we have, is the resources necessary. With that being said, if the committee is looking to refer this to interim study, as had been suggested, DES would welcome the opportunity to participate in that process and provide input. Happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. In the realm of thinking about the possibilities of things, would the department or do you know if the department would entertain the possibility of there being maybe a pilot of this to see if a shorter term program rather than standing up something permanently initially to get it going? As I don't know, there's a lot that I heard in the previous person's testimony that I thought was hopeful, and it sounded like to a large degree was self-funded. So I'm curious to know your thoughts and maybe on that.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I don't think, without further context or specifics, I don't think I can really comment in a definitive way on that, but I think that there are potentially ways to conduct pilot programs that are not mandated or voluntary, that are self-funded. Yeah, it's potential. Yeah, there's potential for that, and we would certainly welcome any efforts to reduce waste that's going to disposal or is otherwise recovered. So,
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
thank you.
I call now Sarah Silk from Wolfboro. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I have since 1990 been in charge of hazardous waste for the town of Wolfboro until 2002, at which time we built a permanent site. And we have member towns of Alton and Wolfboro. And then we also accept waste from anyone from away on a fee basis. And we also a facilitator for small quantity generators. We do a lot of interfacing with DES because people call frequently deaths, moving in, moving out. They get these big, large quantities, and most of the household hazardous waste programs have a 10-gallon limit or 10 pounds, 50 pounds, whatever, depending on the size of the program. And people cannot always get rid of all of their products in a safe way. I guess you all realize that it's never good to send somebody away not happy with something that will cost more to pick up and clean up than it will be to take safely. So if you come to me and you have 20 gallons, if you're willing to pay for it, we will take it. My program takes anything through our 6 days in Wolfboro. We have 2 satellite collections in Alton. We are only open when our waste hauler is there. Our waste hauler, we get 3-year contracts and renewal. We are jumping 15% this year. Lakes Region Planning Commission, their waste hauler is jumping 40%. We need help here, people. And while a 55-gallon drum for paint is not as expensive as a 55-gallon drum of pesticides for me to get rid of, we have more paint. John McDonald is my local rep who lives down the street, and I spoke with him about this back in the spring. He also is chairman of the budget committee and goes over my portion of the budget for our facility. It's divided between the 2 member towns. He agreed that, you know, if we could find a way to get rid of that, which is a really big portion, and just for clarification, we only take latex because that's hazardous. We only take the oil base because that's hazardous. We don't take the latex. And as someone testified previously, the way to get rid of latex in most communities is to add kitty litter, sand. It goes into solid waste, and we pay by the ton to get rid of it. We have just increased the weight of it to be disposed of, but no one that I know of, local towns around me, will take a liquid paint product. I believe, although I don't know for certainty, that it's because the cans, if they're crushed, leak. Someone comes, whoever your waste hauler is, whether it's Waste Management or Casella, they don't want this stuff leaking out of their dumpster onto the car behind them as they're taking it to their eventual, resting place. If I could find a way to lessen my cost, I could serve people better for the things that cost more. I went to Vermont with someone from DES and with Vicki Davis from Upper Valley Lake Sunapee Regional Planning to Vermont, and we visited a couple of sites in the spring. The one in Burlington has an area where they take latex paint in. They have people that open the cans. It's 2 people. Open the cans, check and see if the paint looks good. They have 55-gallon drums, blue, red, green, whatever. They have a 55-gallon vat at the end that is all one particular color. It's not just down to like 3 colors. They add mildewcide and everything else. They bottle it up into cans. They sell it for $11 a gallon. It's a great way to use it up. It's very affordable for people. Tim was just speaking about frugality. And they have a waste hauler that comes and picks up the oil-based paint and any of the latex paint that is not recyclable. The program is through Paint Care in Vermont, as was testified earlier. And the thing is that the dollar or approximate $1, whatever the little price on a gallon of paint is, that goes into the fund to help take care of it. And the manufacturers of paint, it's a product responsibility for the manufacturers. I've been doing this, like I said, since 1990. 1990, the state of New Hampshire had $200,000 for grant money to distribute among all hazardous waste collections that happen in a fiscal year. 35 years later, $200,000. We know I mean, just forget the people that just came because of the pandemic to New Hampshire, but we know that since 1990, the population of the state has grown exponentially. And as it grew, people renovated, people built new, people have increased the amount of hazardous waste we have in our state, but we haven't increased a way to better handle it with any assistance to the towns. And this isn't anything except like a little fee, like if you get rid of your batteries, you get rid of your tires. If you don't buy paint, you don't pay for it. And then the program is pretty much self-sustaining. I've listened to our quarterly household hazardous waste site coordinators meetings. I've listened to people from Paint Care, and they have, it sounds like, voluminous reports that they give back to the states to track it. And I just would really encourage your group to look into it, give it some serious thought.
Okay. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly in your testimony. You said that Paint Care will do some of the legwork and the data of the collection?
They have to do accounting work and send it back to the state.
Okay.
And not that it isn't a good idea that somebody at the state level doesn't, yeah,
But no, I understand. So there is some additional reporting communication going
a
on.
lot, yes, from what
Thank
I
you.
understand, yes.
Any other? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm very interested in this topic, and I heard you say that your waste hauler fees have gone up 15%. And I think you said somebody else's are 40%.
My waste hauler is Clean Harbors. The first year of our 3-year contracts are always the most expensive.
Mm-hmm.
The most expensive we've had since 2002 was a 10% increase the first year. This year, it's 15%. On top of the 15% is another percentage the second year and the third year. On top of all that, you get a recovery fee as well, which during the pandemic went as high as 19.5%. We were lucky we had it in our contract for 13. Lakes Region Planning Commission uses Tredebi as their waste hauler. That rose 40%. Just so there's no misunderstanding, we are billed differently. Tredebi, Lakes Region Planning Commission has 7 or 8 collections. They have a specific fee for a site, regardless of which one it is. If there's some kind of a threshold, say if it gets over, this is arbitrary, but say if it gets over 200 people on a day, then the additional ones would be more. I pay, because I have a hazmat building, I pay only for full containers that leave, full 55-gallon drums, full Gaylords with 100 paint cans in it, whatever. So I also have to pay over $1,800 plus recovery fee just to get them to my place. It's very, very expensive. Wolfboro is about 6,000 some odd people, as does Alton. And my budget is about $92,000 to $97,000. And we don't waste it.
Sure.
It's just getting harder because the stuff is dangerous.
Mm. Indeed. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for
Thank
coming.
you very much for allowing me to speak with you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this? No? Seeing none, I'm going to close this hearing. Well, we've got the blue sheet here, and we've got 3 people in favor of this bill.
Online, you have.
Online, we have 5 in favor, 1 opposed. And I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 1504. Okay, so we are done with our business for this week, for today. And I do want to let the committee know that I've scheduled Tuesday, February 13th, next week, for work session in the morning and 4 public hearings on some bills. And then we'll also be meeting Wednesday, February 14th. Also for bill hearings and work session in the afternoon. So that's what's on the docket for next week. And with that, I say thank you all for being attentive and asking good questions and participating. So have a good rest of the evening. Thank you. Oh, and don't forget to get your committee reports to me if you're working on committee reports.